Hey Wally, thanks for the greeting. I'm not a doctor, but I appreciate that. So I guess cat's a little bit out of the bag. Um, I played a similar list. Where is it? Yeah, I played a similar list. I guess I'll bring it up 2 days ago and yesterday as well. That I 5-0'd with. That I'm pretty happy about. Let me bring it up. So yeah, on Saturday night, I had an idea. If ever there were a time to play for Snuff Out in Legacy, I feel like this is the time. Thank you, I appreciate that, Wally. So the whole idea is with Initiative probably even surpassing Delver in terms of like popularity at the moment. Um, I definitely want removal main, and I think Snuff Out has the argument as the best removal spell in the game, potentially at the moment, or at least it's in the top three, because it's free and doesn't cost you a card the way Solitude does. The and in order to do that, I had to be forced to cut what I felt were some of the weaker cards in the deck, and I guess historically that's kind of been the mo, right, for me in terms of like every time I've stuck. Okay, so quick background, I guess. Week one when Initiative came out, I felt like Elves had a good Initiative matchup. Week two, which was the week of the showcase, I guess I'm gonna go by weekends, right? Week two, which is the week of the showcase, which is I guess a week and a half ago, so a little more than a week ago, I felt like Initiative reversed that trend because they had learned the play patterns to potentially beat Elves by just playing super aggressively and just like essentially trying to get hellbent by turn three or whatever. I felt like that was a new play pattern that they had discovered, and I guess the ball is not in our court now to adjust. Yeah, that's the other thing. I was thinking about the fourth Shepherd too because of turn game one Chalice, but they do board out Chalice against us from what I would guess based on the list that I've seen because it's not actually particularly good because it's not a good topic and we have Alistar Shepherd and they know that so they're trying to strand or remove our shepherds as well. So I actually don't think it's particularly great. It might be okay main deck and then we have to live with it potentially being not great post board, but actually, the list that I've seen are not really on Mox Diamond, unless you're saying from Mox Diamond. Like most of the lists I've seen have been the Crow Mox, like Lotus Petal lists. Like for instance, XJ Cloud on his alt have been on a torrid streak recently. He was the trophy leader up until I think a few days ago on his alt account, and he finished second, only dropping one match in the finals of the showcase challenge. So the other thing, so yeah, that is like step one, I guess. Although really, really that's step two. Do you know of anyone playing this deck at EW? I even if I did, I wouldn't want to share that information because I don't want them to lose that competitive advantage. Loomer 88. All right, so I'll close it. So I 5-0 with this on Friday night. Sorry, Saturday night, and that was with the assumption. Okay, I need to play main decks snuff outs. Now there are some interesting cards on the sideboard that I'll get to in a second that are kind of unrelated, and it was kind of a cool week for me in terms of like development because I got to work on essentially two puzzles in parallel. One was essentially resolving the initiative problem that L started to have. The list is the most competitive Model Y has ever been. I think it's gonna be more than that. I think like in the winners metagame, it's probably gonna be like 25%. I think it's gonna be more than Delver, personally. I think um, there is gonna be some rise of combo as well. So quick background. I so again, I hate that this theory crafted list in terms of main deck snuff out, I 5 immediately with it, and dropping only one game actually, and against very good players. The one drop game was against Delver, in which they had the nuts game one. To be fair, Loomer 80, I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of the better Legacy players were busy at the Four Seasons event and at the Legacy Europe Legacy Masters event. So I would take the results from this weekend with a grain of salt. Like I watched the finals of yesterday's challenge, or at least part of it, and the person who won had some, in my opinion, pretty suspect plays. Like I'll call it the way I see it. Like, and they still won, at, and I don't believe that they played optimally at all, if that makes sense. But that's neither here nor there. But anyways, so like I said, I would take this weekend's result with a grain of salt because, like I said, most of the best Legacy players did not play in the challenge. For, but I'm gonna move on from that for a second because I don't want to, you know, anger the wrong people and whatnot. I know it's kind of sacrilegious at this at least, but if we're trying to be better against mono white, I wonder if we should be shaving the Fiend Artisan back. That is a decent question to ask, Josh. I actually think Artisan is okay if you can stabilize the board. I think board control is more important than it's ever been in terms of from what I've followed Legacy, right? Like that's I've never played removal in elves before, like main deck, and this is the time I think if ever. Although to be fair, I think there is an argument to be made that we the initiative essentially accelerated the evolution of our deck. Like the changes that we've always made to our deck have never been because of meta calls, like in terms of like large scale changes. They've always been because I felt like the deck was better overall, and I get what you're saying because Artisan can be answered by a removal spell, but and Glimpse cannot. But to be fair, I think the Glimpse list also would have problems if the initiative player is good. So what I mean by that is like I see a lot of people, for instance, in the showcase, not showcase, in yesterday's challenge, like the Delver player, just in my opinion, not playing the match the way it's supposed to be played, which is aggressively attack the mana. Um, did it? Okay, so again, I don't know how it did at Eternal Weekend Asia. Did it top eight? I don't know, but like the one statistic I will gather here is like when you're yeah 7-2 to me is like okay, but I also think like I mean for the record, right? Obviously I'm biased, but I have not seen, in my opinion, a Nettlelist do well in a what I call a very competitive setting in pretty much 2 years, right? Since the printing of Alistair Shepard initially, I've not really seen it do well in almost 2 years. Now, Torpor Orb, no, I don't think so. Well, I feel like it's kind of slow because we're playing defense most of the time. So Force Snuff Out does make the Once Upon a Time worse, but no worse than it was than when we were playing Glimpse for what it's worth. Like, if you think of these as Glimpse of Natures, it's essentially the same density. It is a little bit worse, but a little bit on Once Upon a Time in a second. Um, all right. Anyways, so the other thing is in parallel with the initiative problem that we had to address. And like I said, I think a good initiative or good Delver player will beat anybody on Netto. I just think a lot of the players don't know how that deck works, or elves in general, and that's why like I feel like sometimes a weaker list. Also, you can just run hot too, right? Can do well. Now the other thing is in parallel, I was also really impressed by my last stream. Following well, the grief I tried main deck and I didn't love it, and I think this version is better against Delver, but and not by a lot, a little, but by a lot. Like Nettle Sentinel against Delver is pretty bad. And even Reed admitted so on his stream yesterday. So the other thing I want to talk about is the grief. Like this is a discovery that I had wished I had tested earlier. I just didn't because the ticket price on this was pretty high, and I didn't bother. Like ever since we adopted Fiend Artisan, it was already in the back of my mind. Man, if we had Deathrite Shaman, I think the black package is pretty good if I want to like shore up the combo matchups even more. And I've been very impressed with Grief being found off Once Upon a Time or finding a pitch card off Once Upon a Time. Uh, because what this does is it gives the deck this Elvish Spirit Guide effect, which is essentially you get to do two things on turn one and essentially take the play. So what I mean by that is like that's the equivalent of Thought Seize your opponent on turn one, Spirit Guide ramp. This does the same thing, right? It turns every black card in your deck that you would keep in against combo, namely Fiend Artisan and Opposition Agent and other grief, additional thought seizes, right? It turns that into an Elvish Spirit Guide. Thought seizes your opponent, and then we can ramp and develop a board. That is like significant when card advantage doesn't not really matter in the combo mirror. And I say that loosely because this deck is not really combo, but plays out a little bit like a combo deck in the sense that it's really a prison deck against combo, if that makes sense. Um, the changes I made was I'm not in love with Force of Vigor because I think it's actually high variance against I think it's high variance against initiative. Like if you have it turn one on the draw, it's great, but otherwise it's kind of like bad, right? Is 13 cards postpone enough for grief? I think it is, and and here's my logic. That is no different than the well, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? 7 at the moment, 8, and then 12. Some matchups you'll keep in the grist. It really depends. Let's just assume 12 for now. So that's the other thing. Giant Helm. So the hard cast is rough, in the sense that if you look at the mana base, we have right now 9 fetch lands plus 2 Bayou, so 11 sources. That's actually more than the number of black. Well, you have to subtract the grief, right? So it doesn't count itself. So it's 11 versus 11. The difference is the land can actually cast future black spells, whereas future griefs can, if you draw them, probably will not be able to be cast under most circumstances outside of a really late game where you have double Bayou. Now that's okay in the combo mirror because you're not expecting the game to go long anyways. It's kind of like drawing your Leyline of the Void when you really want to turn one, and if you draw it later on, it's not great, but it's something that you live with because having it turn one is so good. Force of Vigor not relevant after the first dungeon room. So that's the idea, right? If it was for fair matchups, I definitely would not feel safe playing Grief because, like I said, if you top deck a Grief in the third, fourth turn, it's probably going to be pretty bad. Like under most circumstances, medium at best. If you happen to have the double Bayou set up, right? We could move off Wirewood and onto Ignoble to better cast Grief. I think that is an option if we ever decide that Grief stays in against fair matchups. I don't think that's where we're at. And also, I tried version on stream last week, a version with Ignoble and Birds of Paradise. It is actually not good in my opinion, in the sense that, or I didn't like it. I should say that's probably better phrasing. It obviously has its moments, but I think Shepherd being able to turn your mana dorks into damage late game in fair matchups is a big deal. And also, that version is a little bit softer to sweepers because you don't eat Wirewood can't protect it, right? I guess it wouldn't come in against a Wasteland deck. Anyway, so double Bayou can happen. Yeah, so again, like I said, Grief, the idea is this is for combo, right? If you think about, like, I tweeted out earlier that, the average legacy player wants to beat initiative, whereas me, I'm not your average legacy player in the sense that I just want to beat combo, like, and I think this, if I am being conservative, I think adds anywhere from 5 to 10% across the board in combo matchups because I cannot emphasize how good Elvish Spirit Guide effect is in the combo mirror because you get to accelerate your board and disrupt at the same time, right? It's the reason why Force of Will combo decks historically have done well too, right? In the combo mirror. Not always the case, but a lot of times, right? Like, or black discard decks with dark ritual effects tend to do well in the combo mirror. Like Reanimator tends to be like a good combo choice in the combo mirror because again, it's fast and it just can disrupt and play its own combo all pretty much in the same turn. Reanimator obviously being a little unique because there's like graveyard here and things like that, but that's like diving too much into the weeds, I think. Uh, so the fatal pushes were the Force of Vigors. I like Fatal Push a lot better for the reason I mentioned earlier. I found Force of Vigor pretty high variance, like I said, and I think I just want to play the removal game against Initiative. Initially, pun not intended, um, I had only two thought seizes. I had an extra slot. This can be kind of whatever. I think maybe the Noxious Revival is like decent. Like, could you run one grief in the main as a fiend target? You could. I just don't think it's probably great because the black count is low. But you could. Like, I don't think it's like out of the realm, especially in the Birds of Paradise and Ignoble Hierarch build. It's probably better there because you can hardcast it, right? Like, I think one of the reasons to play, I think the ignoble and or Birds of Paradise, dork version that Matt Sabo, Punishing Waterfalls has been having a lot of success with is the ability to cast off color removal. I think is probably the best reason to play that list, in my opinion. I think that and main deck endurance is quite good. But although I do think main deck endurance is probably the worst it's ever been in terms of like cradle control in Legacy because it doesn't line up well with initiative. I guess it wouldn't come in. Could you? Yeah. Okay. So I think I answered everything. I'm cheating a little bit because I actually started this league already. So I should have really went 2-0. I threw a game against 8cast, like just not respecting them. And this is game one. And then I obviously took it more serious in games 2 and 3 and then won. Game three was closer than I would have liked because they had a really aggressive start, but Snuff Out is just absolutely insane against them. So that helped me stabilize. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start. But yeah, I think Josh's recommendation of the Force Shepherd is something to I had been considering too because even though they do board out Chalice, it can be relevant not to accidentally lose to Chalice of the Void game one. Like that is a legitimate thing. So hopefully, all of that background done. Everybody's caught up to speed. And like I said, they are two different things. The Snuff Out main deck is a result of the new metagame. The Grief is just a discovery that I made and I had the trouble or the pleasure, depending on how you look at it, of having to figure out how to interweave those two additional changes together simultaneously, right? Snuff Out not being non-artifact is kind of crazy. Yes, I would agree with that. Like the fact that this has random text against like Dreadnought, against I don't know, Ethersworn Canoness is like a big deal. I would say Painter Servant, but I think a Painter Servant player would name black against us. Maybe not game one unless they know about it. All right. Unfortunately, of course, we draw this card, but I think we still keep. Some of the play patterns change a little bit as well with main deck Snuff Out. You're more incentivized to. Okay, so we're playing against Initiative. You're incentivized to fetch out Bayou much more often. No, we're playing against the wheels there. So one thing that I've noticed as well is it's important to be good against combo because I think initiative forces. I think I'm gonna fetch first to thin. I think initiative also forces decks a lot of decks to go underneath because you can't really decks without removal are pretty much in a really tough spot. And without creatures, I think are in a really tough spot. I think we take the cradle and go. Hey man, what do you think of Foreigners made in the Artisan Elves? So I think you probably just got here. I just actually addressed that. I think main deck Endurance is the worst it's ever been because of initiative. And I love Endurance as a card. Obviously I'm still playing 4 on the 75, but I think as of right now the most I would play is probably 2 at most, and ideally I'm only playing 1 because I just don't think it lines up very well against initiative. Alright, we don't know what they have. Potential is a Hull Breacher here. Hopefully not. Well, we'll see. Well, I guess this we'll find out if it is or not. Yep. Alright, it is. Actually, I think I'll just untap it in case it matters. But yeah, I don't think Endurance is really good because a 3 mana spell that they can just like uh, Solitude or I guess they don't have Plow main deck. Well, some do. Some versions potentially even have Plow. I don't think it lines up very well against them, particularly against Solitude. That is my experience at least. And I'm not ruling out the fact maybe I'm just not addressing the matchup correctly, but I feel like I'm playing the matchup correctly. It's just not. It's not great. We are. Yes, we are. I'm just gonna ignore it. It doesn't matter. Snuff out main deck is that cause of initiative as well. That is definitely the cause of initiative. The grief in the sideboard has nothing to do with initiative. I just want to put that out there so there's no confusion, right? Like grief should not matter. Like in general, discard effects are not good against Stompy Shells. All right, that's 5. This is the extra damage here. All right, I think we're gonna win this game. It's just like 2 ships sailing the night, right? Like, so one good thing as a ramification of the Stompy Shells being predominantly white now is one of our liability cards against Stompy Shells is now suddenly one of our best. Uh-oh. I would appreciate that for sure, Whisker. Unfortunately, I I know it's a little bit misleading, but I will not be at Eternal Weekend. It's nothing bad. There's just like stuff I have to take care of at the moment personally. Um, so I can't really travel it for the foreseeable future outside of maybe family stuff. But there's nothing to be concerned about. Everything's fine. I'll probably divulge that in the future once it comes up. The online Eternal Weekend starts at 1 a.m. on the West Coast, right? That is correct. So if I wanted to torture myself, I probably would stay up for the 1 a.m. Eternal Weekend. I don't believe I will do that and subject myself to like that misery. So they are on the Hullbreach version, which makes me like the Progenitus a lot less. I think Fatal Push is potentially okay, so I want to board that in for Hullbreacher. I think Grief is like pretty good here because they're like almost a combo deck potentially, depending on which side of the deck they draw. I think Gris is not. I think Agent is not good. I think a lot of this other slower stuff is not good. Crop is probably fine. And is there another card I want? I think Warwood's not going to do anything in this matchup. Neither is Bog. Agent could if they have a Saga, but it's kind of like narrow. I think this is probably okay. So again, I'm like cheating a little bit in this league, right? In the sense that I started 1-0, right? I'm like it was against 8 cast too, right? It's just like almost doesn't count. Oops. Keep. Also, I apologize in advance for the off matching snuff out. The fourth one was originally meant as to like track when it would be bad and whatnot. I should I'm like full all in on 4 snuff outs for what it's worth. Like there is no wavering on that if people are curious. It's the best it's probably ever been in Legacy, at least within the context of elves. I can't really speak for like in the past. I don't know. Maybe a chalice here. Sure. Could really use a snuff out Moto reprint. Yeah, like this common being like almost a $20 card on Moto is kind of ridiculous. Come on. Yeah, yeah, for sure. What's it called? I don't like that it's a common is expensive, right? Like my theory is I do think there's a lot of merit or not merit, a lot of what's the word? It's good generally a net positive. That's probably the best way for the community when like you have formats that are affordable, right? How necessary do you find opposition agent? I feel like I always side it out and rarely comes up. I think you if you want and you're not running into combo a lot, like it's perfectly fine to play in the sideboard. Like it's particularly good against green decks and like rarely dead and because it's a creature. So I like it main, but I don't think it's like out of the realm to play sideboard. Like I don't think you're crazy for doing that if that makes sense. We're lucky. Our opponent sided it or kept in a card that has zero text against us. It's a train Armadon, right? Like we're not gonna block it. Like I am famously a non-believer of opposition aim. So yeah, so like I said, it's by no means, in my opinion, a must. I think we're gonna go for the kill here, and then like make them have it, right? The lag is kind of bad though. I don't want to accidentally click. They could have like braid. Okay, they're dead. All right. With the Cheats McGee, right? We're 2-0. Um, honestly, there's nothing to be gained from that matchup. Like, it's not a real legacy thing at the moment. And we kind of got the bye in the first round. This is 8 cast. And if you're an 8 cast, and if you want to just help spread the Sylvan Syndicate gospel, right? Make sure to get all your friends to play 8 cast. It is probably the best thing to ever have happened to elves from a metagame perspective. Because not only is it a good matchup, um, it also suppresses some of the otherwise very difficult matchups. Yeah, that for sure, right? The reason why white is the best shot is because theirs is 3 mana, right? That is the big difference, I think. 8 cast isn't playable anymore. I think I've heard differing opinions on that. I would be curious why you say it's not. So what I've heard is it's quite good at going wide because of the Thopters against Initiative. And there's less Moonstompy now, which is a horrible matchup for 8 cast. But that would be one reason why it's not playable, right? Like the horrendous Red Stompy matchup that it has. Yeah, I mean, it could be in theory, right? I can see it either way, right? Obviously, if red zombies around, 8 cast is unplayable. Also, elves, right? There's an inverse correlation between elves and 8 cast. What do you think of classic elves with Sylvan Anthem? So that's the other thing, right? I see a list with that. I just wonder how competitive that Saturday challenge was because there's no way I'm willing to believe Sylvan Anthem is correct. Even in a Netto Sentinel build, or any build, quite frankly. 8 cast is pretty good against initiative. Yeah, so that's that, right? Yeah, so initiative a chalice on 0, that could be a thing. Like, it's weird to me because I can see it going either way, right? I can see the going wide aspect, but I could see chalice on 0 is just a nightmare for 8 cast. Wow, Kawhi with the buzzer beater. I can't believe I turned it off. I was watching the game earlier and it was like back and forth. I mean, welcome back, Kawhi, I guess. I know Josh is probably not too concerned with the Warriors at the moment. They did win. Did you watch or see that Reed Duke got second in a challenge? I saw the. So I mentioned that earlier, Whiskey God. I saw the parts of the final match. I didn't see any of the other rounds. What I saw though was a Delver player that was playing pretty shakily, in my honest opinion, and they still won because I think it's a pretty bad matchup for Neto. I also heard that that same player was double queuing. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's just something I heard. And that could explain why some of the very questionable plays, right? All right, we're gonna go ahead and dubs are fine, just slow start, but we're playing much better. Yeah, for sure. I can totally see that. He played really tight throughout the event. Yeah, I'm willing to believe like maybe the finals was not the best showing because they were double queuing, but like again, I kind of wonder how competitive this weekend was when Sylvan Anthem is in, you know, is doing well, so to speak, right? I just wonder how competitive because not only was what's it called? Not only was Legacy Masters going on, but also the Four Seasons event, right? Oh, Reed played pretty tight. Okay, sure. That I believe, right? I saw one misplay from Reed, but it's not a big deal. It was like not like one of those game ending like catastrophic misplays. All right. What are we doing here? I think we'll do that. So the one thing that Reed I thought sequenced like incorrectly in my opinion was he led with a Nettle and then he allowed the Birch Lord to get dazed. I personally would have done the other way around, but I also don't really value Nettle Sentinel. So I mean, but because I think Birch Lord making mana is more relevant than Nettle Sentinel. Like but that was like a very ticky tack thing. So like not a big deal. Hey, answer keep me going. It's going pretty good, I would say. It's from creatures, right? When you attack, oof, I'm gonna take a lot of life. I think we do it now and just like save us the damage. Um, so we can attack, get the initiative, but I think we want to go for the kill, right? Like, they can go to archives and potentially get another thing. That's a little bit scary. I do not think we're gonna win if they have another initiative card. So I think we're gonna try to just go for the kill. Is going up on Grist an option? I don't think so. I think one is the right number. The problem with this matchup is so play draw dependent too. And Snuff Out helps as a way to break serve, but it's not perfect. If they have a third initiative card here, we're probably in trouble. There was an argument to be made though that what's it called? We natural order and leave with the shepherd, but that loses to a lot. Okay, that's a problem. It might have been. I might have misplayed. I might have just had to natural order. Oh, that is annoying. I might have had to natural order just to steal the initiative there. So I might have been a misplay. That is going to be a problem, I think. I don't think we have lethal anymore, but I could be wrong. We have to find out, though. Yeah, it's not lethal anymore. I think I messed up. I'm supposed to natural order first, steal the initiative, and then just block their Dungeoneer. So here we lose game one, unfortunately. Yeah. All right. That one's on me. I think we punted. I think we punted there, but so like I said, that one is on me. I think this is how I want to board. So I think the way it plays out there is I steal the initiative. I don't know if they drew the Dungeoneer off the extra card. We're forced to block, and then we might be in an okay spot after that. So lesson learned, right? Like I have not been, surprisingly enough, not been in that situation yet. The problem is I don't find that we can block in most situations because of the Dungeoneer giving protection, and also the White Plume being a 5/5, right? Like we're not gonna have, in my opinion, the luxury to block, if from what I understand. Great question, answer Key Game. It's not gone for good. I just wanted to change the slots a little bit because I wanted to play more removal to address this matchup. Reanimate was notably super good against Delver because again, or just in general for cheating on mana. But I'm not sure I want to rely on my opponent evoking Solitude and then reanimating it. Like it's come up, but I don't know how consistent it is. Is the only problem. But yeah, I'm not a fan of endurance. It has not played, in my opinion, played out well for me. Like they can deal with it with one mana, Swords to Plowshares, or just Solitude it, right? And then, like I said, I think keep. Fatal Push also adds a new layer of complexity that might not be a good thing depending on who you ask for us because we have to save fetch effects more or less, right? Crop rotation, fetch, anything that like leaves the battlefield. I do think this matchup should be okay in theory, and it's just a matter of finding the right mix to level the playing field more or less, right? That is pretty good, I guess. It was even good just to grab ship number four versus UR. Yeah, yeah. I think the irony of all of this is the evolution in our deck has made, in my opinion, ooh, that's kind of annoying. The evolution of our deck has made the Delver matchup like almost unlosable now. I think. Like I've been playing what I can usually tell the level of skill from a Delver player, and my win rate against Delver has never been, well, not never, but has not been this high in quite some time. Not probably since Lurus Elves was a thing. Because of the changing metagame. This version is a little bit harder for us to beat than the more popular version. This, like, I think they're focused on this version is better against combo, but maybe worse against no. There's no Cavern of Souls as one loss, so potentially worse against Delver. Sure. Ooh, perfect. All right. Oh, I should not have done it like that. All right, that was a mistake by me. It's not the end of the world, I guess. All right, that's. I guess we'll take another fetch in case it's relevant. I think we take the artisan. We screwed this up though. We should have had one extra mana, and we could have potentially played the outsourced shepherd as well. Yeah, yeah. Artisan is to get it by Archon of Emera is pretty good. Yeah, we would have got blown out for attacking there. It's gonna be. I think we're probably not in great shape because of my mistake. I'm not. I don't think it is the reason why if we do lose this game. That I don't think that would be the reason, but we're definitely a little bit behind as a result, right? Because every creature we don't play, that's one less mana from the cradle. They do have Swords of Plowshares for what it's worth. But I like am still not used to playing against Archon of Mary because I normally have played against I think only like Lee on Soldier Stompy and not definitely not used to playing that card. Looks like a Solitude is coming. So we would have had let's see three. We would have potentially been able to attack. They they look like they have what's a Solitude coming. Three, four, five, six, and then we can attack. I think we just play that and pass. It feels like Solitude. Now, obviously, we could have attacked and then they would have like double blocked, but they're gonna hit the artisan now. Like, yeah, this might have just costed the game by playing the fetch land out, but I'm just not. I've like probably lost a lot to this card just because I always forget it has other lines of text besides being a canonist. All right, we're gonna take a bunch here. 7. No blocks. I also don't believe. Oof. I also don't believe the Neto version is good against this initiative because of Arcana Marion, right? Like if that is popular, I cannot see that being a good thing. That's a problem. So I don't think we can attack with both, and then we'll see what they do. I definitely like Torpor in a slew of copies. Going to test. Uh, I don't think Torpor Orb is great against them, only because the damage is done, right? I guess it prevents the Solitude. That's one thing it does. Interesting. Okay. So we can kill one, it kills the other. We're dead to the 8 otherwise. It does double as Doomsday Hate. Yeah, it does, although slow. Like we're gonna die here to the like unfortunately exactly 8. So I don't think I want to reveal this. We'll just concede. Unfortunate. I think I think both games were on me. Actually, hold on. I'm trying to think. How did we lose that first game? Yeah, I should have attacked and stole the initiative. Uh, they had. I think I forget. Let me try to go back. The first game, did they have the 4 drop or the 3 drop? Because the 3 drop we can't. A 4 drop we can't block because of the protection, right? Well, there's a 3 drop. We snuff out the. All right, too late. I think it was the 4 drop though. We can actually check. Now that I think about it, White Plume. Oh yeah, it was the 4 drop. I remember now. Thank you for the follow, Fruit of the Loom. I think this is a mole. This is like 2 bad lands, right? I'll be playing Mono G Cloudpost this weekend. Oh, nice. Keep and put this back. Delver looks like. So we're gonna once first because I don't want to draw the opposition agent. And then I think because we have a Gris in our hand, we're probably well. I think we take the Shepherd here. They probably bolt it. I don't actually care if they do or not. We're just making sure they don't get value off days is the reason. Right, in case they kept a 1 land hand. Our hand is a little bit slow, but we did mull 6 already. If this Visionary resolves, we're probably in a good spot. But we'll see. Yeah, that's pretty good for us, I think. They could waste our bio here. I doubt they bolt that. Maybe they do, still do. I don't know. It's definitely awkward for our opponent when you're. It's definitely awkward when your opponent plays a Visionary. You have all removal in hand. All right, so they cannot um, delve just yet. They should not have done that. I think our opponent might not be the most experienced Delver player, right? Because you want to EI and potentially draw into a land so you can play it for turn, right? That doesn't seem correct to me. And it's not like the elf player is threatening days or anything here. So I kind of a suspect play, I think, from our Delver opponent here. All right, so they got bailed out almost, right, with the DRC. It's a little bit dangerous to. Well, I think we go for it and see if they have it or not. The I kind of hate this line, but might this be the best line? Maybe they force. I don't know. They could daze, but I feel like they should have dazed the Visionary. Yeah, so that makes sense, I guess. It's a little bit rough here if they Murktide us at the moment, but uh, I don't like to waste mana, and I think we'll pass. What did they pitch? They pitched Force. We need to fade a turn where they don't do anything. Unfortunately, we did not have the greatest opening hand. No, I don't think so. I want the mana for the Cradle. Yeah, see, they want to trade, right? Like, to take out. They probably have a Murktide too, if I were to guess. And they're willing to trade the DRC now. Yeah. I'm almost certain that's what's going to happen. Not great for us. We have 3, 4, 5, 6. We can take 2 attacks from the Murktide, and they've used up 2 bolts. Might be okay. We'll see. We need the. Oh my god, that's bad for us. The DRC hitting the Murktide, because that's one of the ways. The hardest way for Delver to hit Delirium is getting the creature in the yard, especially game 1. And we've lost the Grist already, which is annoying. So we can't even Artisan for it to just, like, buy time against the Murktide region, right? if there is a good card besides Snuff Out against both Delver and Initiative, I would welcome ideas or suggestions from Twitch chat. The best card I can think of is potentially either the Reanimates that I played that were actually pretty decent, especially against Delver, or the Fatal Push, which is probably better against, I would imagine, Initiative. But man, if you have not lived until you reanimate a Solitude to just wreck their board. So those are the two options. I guess in the next league, I will try the Reanimate. Push is just theory crafting, right? Like, I did like Reanimate against combo too, for what it's worth. So that might be another thing, a reason to consider it. All right. We don't have the kill yet. Interesting. All right. That is not good. I think we play this. Get the mana. Like we can't kill this turn. I think we're gonna go to one. Um, I think getting an endurance here is not a winning line. Just to chump block the Murktide region, like I don't think that's a winning line. Yeah, I don't believe that list is good. I'll call it how it is. Like I sometimes wonder what goes on with like these tournaments where in particular you see a lot of these like Regal Force lists. I just wonder like, are they is the shell is that strong where people can just win with anything, right? So we don't have to worry about Mystic Sanctuary. That's like kind of nice. So we all right. I think I'm gonna pitch the oof and then do this. If they daze, they daze, right? They've used uh, two of those already as well. All right. Maybe we have a chance. Maybe a Gris on the side. Gris is like reasonable. Second Gris is like not is reasonable. I don't know how I love it against Initiative, but it might be okay. Like I've had Gris be okay against Initiative, so maybe it's fine. Like I'm willing to try that. All right, we go to one, and maybe we steal this game. We can't have them have anything though. Oh my god, that's the third bolt. No, the fourth bolt. Jesus. All right. Okay. I did not expect to lose that game there. Well, we did Moto 6 and our key was kind of shaky. I think that's fine. I think we can still win two post board games. The way it maps here, the fatal push comes in and the endurances come in and the crop. Obviously, if we lose this match here, it's time to draw things up again, right? Like you lost it to initiative, granted punt, but then there was no punt in this game. We lost fair and square, right? Like I didn't feel like we threw the game in any way. Like they just had the win. They drew well, but that's part of the game, right? Like you have to try to overcome those kind of hands. Like if not for the fourth bolt there, we have lethal, but keep in mind too, we had to dodge wasteland too there, so we probably were dead regardless. So that's not really unlucky. Like they had a lot of outs. Brazen Borrow wins the game too. What else? Besides Bolt, Wasteland. Trying to think. Yeah, I guess those are the major ones, right? Oh, I guess a second Murktide region just to like grow it. Sure. Yeah, bored out the collective, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna lead here with the Baseju. I don't want to just like some players out there, especially ones that like we saw our opponent with a really shaky expressive iteration. Um, like they were just far off Wasteland when they're in theory you're not supposed to. So I don't want to just like lose that and not be able to snuff out. Yeah, if anything, the person who should have the asterisk after the first game was the other player with, in my opinion, not the correct sequencing for expressive iteration, right? All right. As a general rule of thumb, I get asked this question a lot. Like, do you ramp here or do you play the visionary? The answer is ramp. The way you win games, sorry, the way you lose games with elves is not being able to make mana. Like card advantage is nice, but card advantage doesn't matter if you don't have mana. Asterisk O, asterisk OP, to be honest. What do you mean by that? I'm trying to think. What do you mean by that? The 5 list from Saturday. I didn't post it. I posted it on my Discord on the Patreon channel, but I did not post it publicly because I wanted to give my patrons, the advantage. I asked them internally if they wanted me to keep the list under wraps and not stream it, but the consensus was for me to stream the list so that they can see how the deck played out with the snuff outs main and then the griefs in the sideboard. Again, unrelated changes. The grief is really just a new discovery that we're trying to build around, and then the snuff outs are really the changing metagame. There is some um, there is some overlap. Namely, reanimate tends to work well with both things, but again, that's more okay. So that they should be attacking the arbor, in my opinion. I mean, maybe their hands just all counter magic, but um, I think here, I think we visionary first and see what they do. That's reasonable, I guess. I think I'm gonna go up again in mana. Actually, yeah, I think I'm gonna go up again in mana. Is it me or the initiative mechanic hard to understand? I think it's hard to understand. I can see that. So they have not attacked our mana, which is good for us, I think, right? Like I don't think you want from your opponent's perspective to get into a game where the elf you're just trying to counter the payoff because that's probably not going to work well for you in most cases. All right, here they go with the wasteland on the arbor. So I'm glad I ramped there. They still not pressured us, which is pretty neat. I think here we go shepherd and then we protect our play, right, of the artisan, and it's already too big for them to deal with. This is what I mean, right? Like you should attack the opposing elf player's mana early because you get to the situation where you don't want to have like five counter spells for the potential five cards that they could have. Remembering all the levels of the Undercity is a lot. Yeah, I definitely don't remember all of it. I'll be honest. My memory's not great, and I know the first one is get a land. I know the second one is typically put two counters. Uh, and then the one after that, I think is Loof survive life. I think what's after that? Draw a card, I think, and then the ultimate, which is like if you get to that position, you probably lost regardless. All right, that's pretty good. Hmm. I think I'm just gonna go with like. Oh, I can't. I realized. I want to offer much on your channel. Da, da, da. Okay. Well, you have to play with it to get it. Okay, I think what I'm doing here now is I don't want to trade. I'm just gonna pitch my visionary and just like nuke their yard first. Sure. I think it has to be endurance here. Unfortunately. Do we trade? I think probably not. I could still get the grief there. I mean, not grief. Freudian slip. The grist. The problem is then the snuff out loses to either what is it called? Days or force, right? They can like hit my grief and then suddenly. Well, I guess it's not the end of the world, right? Like they can. It's still two for one. If they have bold, then it's a lot worse. Yeah. So grist might have been better there, given that we had the snuff out and then we can just like buy another turn. I don't love one thing I don't love about Fatal Push is sometimes I don't want to kill the Delver, right? I want to like strand the Delvers. So that is something to keep in mind. Like I can see going to the other package and just not playing the Force of Vigors in the second league. So I might just do that, right? Like scratch the Fatal Pushes, play the Reanimates for the upside, um, and then play the Plague Engineer to just deal with all their X1s. Looks like a Murktide region is coming. And I feel like they have Force backup the way they're playing at the moment. Might be force here. I'm playing around days. That's why I held it in hand instead of end step. So I can hardcast save life. They probably force. I would imagine. Oof, okay. Thank you for the raid, Matt. Hope your stream went well. For those who don't know, Matt played his version of the list, which is I don't know if he's still playing the Jund version, but typically the better mana. Oh, sorry to hear that, Matt. Typically, it's better mana because you get to play Ignoble or Birds of Paradise. I think Birds of Paradise is a pretty nice find by Matt because it also dodges Rough Tumble. But you lose the synergy with the Shepherd, right? But I'm sorry to hear that it didn't go well, Matt. Did you just run into a lot of what is it called? You just run into a lot of combo, or were you losing to like fair matchups too? Whoa, Mike, 1 year! Congrats. So I guess we can F6, right? We're not gonna do anything. All right, this is a cause for celebration. To celebrate Mike, I know Mike likes to open his chest. I think is that accurate, Mike? If that is what Mike wants, any chest we accrue today, I will open as well. If Mike wants that, to celebrate his 12 months, 1 year anniversary of subscription, I want to say I'm very thankful for sure for the support, Mike. So if that's what Mike wants, we will open chests today. Only the ones that I get today though, not all of them, because that would be a lot. I'm a little nervous to do that. The open all. Looks like another Murktide. Jesus. Okay. Yeah. See, this is why I don't really like Fatal Push, right? I think we play it. It's better than not playing it, I guess. They hit us for 7. We hit them for 5. Right click open up. Ooh. Alright, what do they have here? If they have anything, we lose. But I think we're gonna lose anyways. Alright, actually they just missed lethal. Alright, we're losing to a Delver player who's making mistakes. So obviously the deck needs to be tuned at the moment. Like the Fatal Push, not that great here, right? Like, and this is my concern, right? This is why I don't really like Fatal Push against Delver. I did not really want to spend it to kill the Delver, right? When the Endurance is already around. Unless they have another Bolt, right? This is just bananas. Alright. So I think that settles that argument, like about Fatal Push. And then I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and then I'll be right back. I'll bring up the list again. I'm gonna make changes in the next list. I don't think I like Fatal Push based on how the games have gone. the ultimate tuning would be a ban from Delver. I actually enjoy Delver being around, but that's me. I think like the metagame would be potentially worse without it because you just kind of have rampant combo. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but I don't know. I believe the online tournament is also that day. Yeah, I think both are the same day. Is from what I understand. Like I think the one in Europe that didn't have a in person one because they had the Four Seasons already hosting the Four Seasons event plus Legacy Eternal Masters. All right, so if we win this next one, I'll go ahead and open up one chest. I think in the meantime, what's going on here? Inigo. All right. So okay, while that's loading, let's go ahead and make the changes now because I'm like fairly confident about it, I guess. I think based on that, like this is off. Where's the reanimates? Pretty sure. I actually just lost the 5-0 yesterday. Unfortunately, I reanimated. I played against Chase Hansen, Strideful. Uh, keep. I played against Chase Hansen, and it didn't occur to me that he could have bounce spells. Obviously, it's the type of mistake I may not make ever again. But he furied me out of his list, which is, you know, it happens. Uh, I reanimated it, and then he bounced it, so he eventually drew into more reanimates. So that was actually what am I doing here? I think I want to fetch first to thin, and then do that. Looks like we're playing against Delver. I think here we take the bog, probably. Oops. What just happened? Oh, I hate this bug. Ah, man. Oops. I will move this to the side for a second. It feels like it happens like once a stream, unfortunately. The that bug in particular. Oh my god. Oops. Well, I misclicked, but you know, it is what it is, I guess. I meant to get the bog, and then this is annoying. Okay, they are not on what I thought they would be on. Looks like 4C control. Hmm. Gotta make best use of mana, and that's the best way to do so. Maybe they kill this in response. I don't know. I think I'm gonna attack because I have two snuff outs, anyways. So like, what could they possibly have, right? Actually, no. If they have a Strix, it's gonna feel real bad. So let's not. If they have a Strix, it's gonna feel real bad. Or Ice Fang is what I meant. Uh oh. Don't let that be Supreme Verdict. Oh, it is. Oh my god. It's kind of insane to me that our opponent just let the artisan live. Like I find myself having problems against players who don't really play around anything. And maybe I need to change my playstyle against certain players or certain avatars. But it's just insane to me that they didn't kill the or didn't do anything about the artisan. Like I have the most problems against players who don't play around anything. Anecdotally speaking. Like there's that viral meme that I love, which is the math algebra teacher is has a graph of if you f around, you're gonna find out, right? And against the players who mess around too much, sometimes I can't make them find out. Sure. I think this game one is gonna be lost. I don't know what the normal list is, if they have like Supreme Verdict normally or not, but definitely brutal. I think it has Terminus, but well, what can you do, right? Fetch land here. Oh, that's not bad. That is not bad. Actually, I should have snuffed out the endurance. What am I doing? Like I did. I just like spaced out there. I should have killed the endurance. Like I would have saved myself potentially. Well, I guess maybe not, because I'm hard casting this anyways. I was gonna say I saved myself 3 life, but then I ended up hard casting instead of, so maybe it wouldn't have mattered. I am. That's fair too, Jaham. I like your backdoor into my excuse there, right? I am mentally halfway into the next league, right? Because I definitely have problems with that fatal push. Like, I am not going to EW. This stream is a misleading misnomer. I think it's good. It's probably worse than it's historically been. Loomer 88. If I fuck around here, I'm gonna find out from an endurance. So I better not. Although to be fair, actually endurance is not the worst. It's the Strix that's the problem, right? Like because I don't want to like be down a card. I'm going to stop playing around everything. So just so you you don't board any hate for me. So Max, I should be at Spellhold tomorrow just to play some EDH beforehand with John as a heads up. I don't know if you're going or not, but I should be there tomorrow. I'm not going to Eternal Weekend, nor am I playing in it. But I do have patrons who wanted to see this new list in action. And granted, I like modified the list I 5-0'd with. That I actually texted Max the list. But and turns out the changes I made for today are not good. Namely, the fatal pushes has been pretty underwhelming. Actually, let's do it this way. We already hard cast Snuff out once in this game. It could happen again. Again, I don't want to waste another Snuff out. I don't know how many Ice Fangs they have. Like, I would have to check the latest list, but again, I don't want to just like have to spend removal on Ice Fang for no reason. Sure. They're gonna probably hit my yard. I don't know. Maybe not. Mm, they could force, but I actually don't think we care if they do. Because natural order is on, right? If they do force. Didn't see your Twitter. Can you? You can like EDH and both play. I didn't follow that discourse too much, but yeah, apparently there's like drama between EDH players and legacy players. Hey, Def Not Oz. We're drawing the wrong part of our deck. Well, actually, that's not even the problem. The problem is we like ran into a supreme verdict, right? That we didn't respect because we didn't think there's no way they're gonna let us untap with the artisan, and unfortunately, they did not play around that. I think we just pass. We have a few turns, but I think time is starting to run out here. But yeah, I made changes for this league, and they appear to be for the worst. So I'll play the some cards that were better, right? Like the reanimates were pretty good, and I did not play it for this league, but ooh. That's definitely gonna potentially tick off some EDH players for the loop. Sure. You should have tried read into running Cradle Control. Uh, so Inigo has actually brought that to Reed's attention before. I know Inigo has like sent him messages on the Channel Fireball. What's it called? It Channel Fire forums, but Reed hasn't responded. I know rare, right? Like usually Reed's well, I don't know if he normally responds to random messages or not. I guess right, but Inigo did try to contact Reed to try the the Fiend Artisan list, right, or slash the Reclaimer list, but he didn't respond. I do think Reed probably would have won that challenge, like if he had played the Artisan list for what it's worth. The opponent was misplaying pretty badly in the finals, and still won because I just think Neto Sentinel does not line up very well against Delver. Oh, he brought it up. I didn't know that, Tron. That's good to know because like every time he's had his power rankings, he's never actually mentioned the words Elvish Reclaimer or Fiend Artisan. So I thought he was just trolling for a while. And obviously all in good nature because I know like Jarvis has talked to him and he got a lot of his ideas from like my list. But granted, he ports it over to the Neto version, so it's obviously all good fun. So, but yeah, it's cool to hear that he did address at the beginning of the stream. I didn't know that. I only caught literally the very last match because I had heard about it. I think I will say there is something to be said about the fun nature of the Neto Sentinel build. I think everybody is in agreement that version is probably more um, fun. I don't think there's any doubt. Like I will say that I think almost anybody on regardless of what your opinions are on the two different lists, and there's similarities, but they're really kind of like two different decks at this point, in my opinion. Like especially with the cutting of the Glimpse of Nature. All right. I don't think it matters. Like, I think they're tapped out. I don't think we hit the library. We have to probably hit, in my opinion, Visionary into like Shepherd or something like that to win. All right. That we did not do that. We have to. I don't even think this is enough, to be honest. They should have Force by now, and they have the Uro as well. Yeah. So we should be dead. I'm gonna go ahead and concede because while it's not zero, we're pretty much dead. It seems like he's just got history and experience with the Neto build. He references explosive turn 2 kills when explaining his preference. Um, I do want to touch a little bit on that for what it's worth. I think if I were Reed and somebody who plays a lot of formats, I think it's to his advantage to play the Neto Sentinel version as well because it's one proactive. Two, it's something that he's had a lot of reps in the past. So to me, it makes a total sense why he would play that version. Like, and obviously Inigo has reached out to him to try the artisan build, but again, that would be extra time that he may not have. Not that he can, obviously. He may not have to learn the build. And as somebody who plays multiple formats like Reed does, I definitely get that part of the equation, right? So for instance, like I have other friends. For Levi is for example one of them. He's been playing a lot of Delver lately. He qualified for the Showcase Challenge. Qualified for the Showcase qualifier on Delver. And I would not go out of my way to like push him or anything to try to play elves because I know that's not in the best interest of his time. Because and even if he plays the Neto version, which he doesn't, right? He's a reclaimer gamer. There is some maintenance that needs to be done, and I think somebody like Reed, it might not be worth it to him to have to spend the extra reps, if that makes sense, to get up to speed. And of course, he would obviously, do well with it, especially since I think the list is easier to play now than it has been in the past. Um, I'm sure he would be fine. Like, obviously, I'm stating the obvious, but I think here I like Caracas and Crop to come in. Submit. It's not really about slow or fast. It's more so the play patterns are a little bit different, and I'm just not sure it's in Reed's interest to learn if that makes sense. Like, for instance, like me, I could play modern or some of the other formats. I just don't do it as much because, again, I only have a limited amount of time to play, and I just use that limited amount of time to play Legacy, right? Particularly. So I get like not picking up decks because you just don't have enough time. Like that is definitely a thing, right? Like time is money too. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Tron Travolta. Like for content purposes, I think you phrased it like that to Reed. I think that may pique his interest. Like, obviously, I can't get into Reed's mind, but I suspect that if he were doing it for content, then that may be a thing he would be interested in, if nothing else, right? All right, we're flooding a little bit here. Modern is just like bad legacy now. I heard mixed things about modern for what it's worth. Actually, my boy Jay Z would be mad at me if I, you know, mentioned that Force of Negation is unfair. But that said, I heard it's a lot like how Legacy used to be because I feel like Legacy now kind of feels like how Vintage used to be maybe 10 years ago in terms of like power level. I think here we're not gonna give them a chance to respond and just like do this immediately. Oh my god. So I was thinking that they're not gonna. Ugh, that's annoying. What? I don't think we want to draw an arbor, so we'll just like exile it. We're probably just like dead now, to be honest. After that, fortunately, no treasure chest to open. Actually, win or lose, I will open a treasure chest. Okay, what? They just exile their own priest to even things up. How generous of our opponent. Obviously, it was a misclick on their behalf. All right. All right. We have to like try to. Uh, priest does not because it's cast. It's not entering from the graveyard. Well, yeah, I don't think it's entering from the graveyard. I could be wrong. They just ending their own. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they misclicked. Moist chunk. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure priest works with. So cage would stop Uro. All right, so I know the cage interaction because I actually played that standard. When all the Euro nonsense was going on, like my during the what's called the fake PT or whatever, right? Like my deck choice was Rakdos Sacrifice, and I was gonna play the Jeskai Luca at the time before he got banned. For what it's worth, I know that some of that might sound, like a foreign language to some of the people who only play Legacy. I was trying to make sense of the prismatic. Right, exactly. Def not Oz. So again, obviously misclick from our opponent here got us like somewhat back in the game. We were like flooding beyond belief though. I don't think we are allowed to attack there. Interesting, you say that. Do I bog here? Think of a fall safe heartache. I feel like this is like almost spell almost. I'm gonna just like pass. Now I kind of regret, um, pitching the arbor. Like I would not have put on my bingo card, prismatic ending their own containment priest. It probably should. That's a card I actually know about and had considered. If I were in white, I would consider it, but because it interacts well with us. But we are not. Alas, we are not in white. Sure. I think we're probably dead. Just too many lands, right? Like that's the problem with the Karakas, which I don't love. Speaking of exile, there is that one exile card that's black. That's from the supplemental commander set, I think. And that one is like kind of interesting to me because it has applications against Mirror Lage. They're at 5. Maybe they're lower if I attack with Visionary, but I just didn't think it was worth it. Sure. I think we're probably dead, but whatever. The wheels fell off after the first win, but I also think this deck was misbuilt, so that didn't help from a mental standpoint. Um, 5 cards this feels like a million at this point. Uh, does suck to lose the control, but I also think we probably misboarded. Or not misboarded. The deck is misbuilt. That's for sure. And I don't love crop rotation in this matchup, so I think the reanimates can even come in. Obviously, like if all your cards are exiled, then it's like less likely to be turned on, but maybe it's okay. Sure. Feels like force blue pitch and some other stuff in their hand. And this obviously if I had the what is it called? The Boseiju, that would be pretty cool, but the shelter's on, but I'm not playing that. I don't think it's worth it. Our opponent's living the life. Well, they keep 3 mana up though. Wonder how long they can afford to do that. Endurance, yeah. They probably don't put the cards back, like based on the play patterns that we've seen so far, because they don't want us to suddenly turn on our arbors. That would be my guess. Yeah. So our opponent is actually playing pretty tight. Like you don't worry about the graveyard until it matters, right? Like, and in their case, they don't want to actively turn on like, the arbors back. I wasn't able to fetch an arbor earlier as a result. Sure, that might just seal it, to be honest. Like the thing is, I don't even think Karakas is great against Uro because you're still giving them an extra card. It's a good against the hamster, but like it's kind of narrow otherwise. Because I don't actually think it's good against Uro, right? You need to bog the Uro before it matters. They on straight ban. It appears like it. Our opponent has played, in my opinion, pretty well. Ooh, maybe we have an opening now. Maybe another Ice Fang. I don't know. There's no way we just stole this game. I find that hard to believe. Sure, that's kind of what I was expecting. All right, we take them down to 3. They escape Uro, and we're probably just dead, to be honest. given that we've exhausted the bog already, right? Like the Caracas here doesn't even really do anything, right? We bounce the Euro back, but then they cast it again. We're probably in trouble, right? Every time I cut the crop rotation and the Caracas package, I seem to pair into Marrow Lich. I don't think those decks are well positioned at the moment, and Jarvis kind of said that on his stream earlier today too. But it's not gonna stop people from playing. Is the problem? It is, but I'm not sure you're gonna win a match in which they cast. They've drawn three cards off Uro, right? Like the initial cast, the escape, and then the cast again, and potentially the escape again. I'm not sure you're winning that game. Oof. All right. Maybe they forced. I doubt they forced that. They shouldn't. Ooh. I guess we get the Caracas now. I've heard mixed things about that. Is that true? Defna Oz? I because on paper it would seem bad against Initiative, but I've heard from Jason Murray that it's not great or he hasn't done well against it. I okay, so they that's kind of funny. They forced that because I think they're scared of like me finding another shepherd. Part of me just kind of wants to concede. I don't think I'm winning this game. But I'm like technically, I mean, I'm pretty much dead, but I'm not. Like, it's an awkward situation right now. If chat wants me to concede, I will concede. Just for EV, life EV, right? Alright, I'm just gonna like, well, I was gonna F6 and then I realized I'm supposed to hold Caracas up. Four cards in hand. Ooh, interesting. They've used one force exactly. I would think Delver just wipes the floor with initiative, which means his days are probably numbered. We'll see, right? We shall see. The good thing is, Grist plays neatly into Priest. I think we just plus. All right, I see the concede from the chat. There it is. Let's call it. What's our next card? Hoof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's kind of funny. We would have milled that. Yeah, whatever. All right, we started. We only actually lost the last few. Not and, but I also think we were misbuilt our deck. Oops, wrong one. So I think what I'm gonna do is like let's get back to the drawing board, right? Like, I don't think I loved how that mapped. And we have the reanimates back, which is nice. Well, oops, where did they go? Always good to cheat on mana, right? And I don't think I love this. So what do we play instead? I guess we can play the Noxious Revivals, right? Just more sideboard, more combo hate. No, I think I'm okay with this. Like I have not loved Force of Vigor, so that's why I'm like not too high on it. Let's try this. Actually, I did promise an opening of a chest, right? Oops. All right, let's see what we get. Ooh, we're ahead here. 35 play points. I think that's ahead. And what is this? I don't think this is a real card, but we got the play points, which is nice. Have you had any trouble against Mono Red since cutting ESG? I've had more trouble. I've been able to beat it, but like it's a little bit of a mirage, I think. Let's cancel it just to make sure we have the correct list. I do think some of it is my opponent misplaying. There are a lot of really sketch Mono Red players, from my experience. It is plus EV. That's definitely true. Different hate bears beat different decks, so it's tough to gauge matchups. All right, we'll start the match here, but again, same thing applies. Right, everything, all the chests. At minimum, I'll open one. Even if I don't, three, two, or whatever. At minimum, I'll open one in honor of Mike's yearly. Actually, here are my socials again. You want to follow me, but I will open all chests I received today. So yeah, I not a fan of the fatal pushes. I felt like it probably lost me the Delver game, if I'm being honest. And I felt not having it against maybe control was an issue too. Like I didn't love the crop rotation or the Caracas, right? Felt like I was flooding out. The higher fetch density is a question I get asked a lot. I'll be right back as this loads, but I'm gonna get water. My throat's kind of sore. Back. Keep. Let's see what we are playing against. Looks like Delver. Could be Moonstompy. Not Moonstompy. 4C. I would guess Delver though. All right. The good thing is obvious what we need to do. Better 4 life up front than like 6 or 9 later, right? They're probably like, what in the world is going on here? They forced that. Interesting. They must not have another threat. That's the only explanation, right? Like if you keep a hand and you think your opponent's not playing a removal, and suddenly they kill your only threat. That's the only explanation for force there. Okay, they either top deck that or they just I don't know what's going on. We're gonna go for the haymaker blowout here. Let's see if it happens. Sure. That might be a disaster for an opponent, depending on what just happened. Might be brainstorming to try to daze. Or that works too. I think I'm okay with that, to be honest. Nope. I'm not going to trade with the DRC here. Like, I value my creatures more given that they already have another threat. They already wasted their force. I think they probably have a low resource game here, and that's why they needed a. That's why they forced. Maybe I don't know. I would. Ideally, we just have a one drop here off the top, and that's game. Like Shepherd is game right here if we draw it. I also agree with that sentiment, Answer Key Gaming, of going for 16 here. I'm gonna take the lava axe, right? A triple lava axe. I don't think there's a reason to snuff out here. I just like we can wait. They don't want to actually attack either with a DRC, so I don't think there's like reason to do that here. They wasteland us here, I'd probably do it, but outside of that, we can actually hardcast the snuff out here too, which is kind of nice. Like they can't. Interesting. That is an interesting line my opponent just took. That might just be game now, right? Yeah. Cool. That's not bad. I think we're gonna. Oops. I was supposed to play Plague Engineer. I just forgot. That's my bad. Like potentially take out one of the seasons for a Plague Engineer, but that's okay. Yeah, we're that's so funny. We're off by a card now because I didn't map it correctly in my head. Oof, that's awkward. Ugh. All right, so one of the before I forget, let's do it now. That's supposed to be a Plague Engineer or crop rotation. Either way, right? Like the mapping is off as a result of me not being careful here. I like debatable between its agent or collector oof. I feel like collector oof being green might be relevant. Agent shuts off fetches, but otherwise kind of iffy. Yeah, let's just keep it oofing. It's not good though. Can randomly hit an E if they're on that kind of game plan, but it's definitely awkward sideboarding for us. We screwed up the mapping. I think we can keep this. Ironically enough, we drew that right. Keep it okay. Just remember, this is supposed to be a Plague Engineer or a crop rotation. Something more serviceable than that. Are they gonna daze? Wow. Okay. I think given that we have two black cards in our hand, like I think we're forced to play into Wasteland. Oh my god. Yikes. Well, at least. Actually, that was a mistake. I needed to hit a land. And maybe I'm supposed to just not lose a daze there. That was I think that might have been a mistake on my behalf. They're gonna bolt the Elvish Mist. No, that is a mistake on their behalf. That is a mistake on our opponent's behalf there. Who came up with a reanimator tech? Saw that once already. I did. So what you might have seen is I know Chase, Strifle, Chase Hansen streamed our match 5-0 match last night. I lost to Chase in the match. That's where it you might have seen. I don't know if you were watching him or not, but I heard after the fact from Mike that he streamed it. The idea is you can actually reanimate a grief. It's kind of like doing the scam, but less all in. And what I mean by that is, yeah, our opponent would have won. Well, we're still way behind. The Once Upon a Time whiffing is pretty bad, or not whiffing, getting days. I need a. I like sometimes. The problem is if you want to play the land and then do it, then they may actively try to force you, right? Like maybe that's okay, but I think maybe in the future, if I need a land, I should probably lead with the fetch land out first, so I can play around the days. That might just be better. Yeah, reanimating endurance here could be kind of sick. They would have won a long time ago if they just had like hit our mystic, right? Ugh, that's so close yet so far. Yeah, so a thing like the normal elves deck, I think has a very hard time with any kind of disruption, right? Like it can probably be at most one piece of disruption, and that's probably like one removal spell. I don't think it could beat like a plague engineer, for instance. I don't think it could beat like a containment priest like very well. What else? No, I don't think they're gonna make a Murktide. Fury is beatable, but like it requires a certain hand. Oh my god. He should be attacking. They should be attacking with all, in my opinion. Well, actually, this is a reclaim. I take that back. Um, that is game. There's no out for that. So we got mana screw there, but that might have been on me for not playing around the days. I didn't respect it, and because usually people won't daze it once upon a time, but maybe if I really need the once upon a time to resolve, it's debatable. I think. All right, this is much better. We got a fade draw in the collective Oopsu, which is kind of bad. Like due to my own misbuilding of the deck. I think here, I think we're gonna follow Tokunaga 30. I think we just leave with this. You don't run Progenis against Delver? No, I don't think so. It can't. A lot of times it can't race. A lot of times it can't race Murktide Regent, and the other problem with it is you don't really want to cast a 4 mana spell against a mana Wasteland Daze deck with Force of Will backup. I think a 1 drop here would be pretty nice. That doesn't count. I think we're forced to snuff out here and see what they do. They're very trigger happy with forces. Yes, they are. That could or could not, backfire against us. I'm gonna try to go and lead with a visionary because if they're gonna daze a force something, I'd rather they force that than the artisan. Him to Mystic is pretty good. I mean, in their defense, for what it's worth, I think if I were the Delaware player, I don't have removal. I'd probably force it too. Um, Counterbalance, interesting. Dilemma, dilemma. So it's blind. One is pretty backbreaking for us. I'm gonna test the waters here, right? Like, hopefully we can shepherd and force everything through. All right, I played it safe and got rewarded. No, I was going. Yeah, you could get three. That is a nice, interesting one too. I didn't want to lose the days. Is the only thing. I was playing my percentages like I just need to dodge expressive iteration is all. One is like really dangerous in my opinion. Two is some risk. Three is like the safest, but I would hate for it to get dazed. And here they kind of have to hit the fiend. So I took the well, I would say medium low risk line in going for two and then artisan, because there's so much higher value here. All right, we are pretty ahead now, I think. I'm gonna do this first and see what they do. Two is much higher upside is the reason. So this is kind of a neat play. I'm gonna sequence it this way so that the reclaimer is gonna live through a sweeper. Gris tick up. Oh, this is like perfect. I get all the damage too, right? You get five, artisans out of range, reclaimers out of range. All right, and then bash. I think the game is probably over. Opponent needs to, at minimum, take care of the wasteland or the shepherd, right? Because that's like a million. Crazy game after the previous one. Yeah, the other one we just like. Okay, the writing's on the wall. Thank you for the follow, Elfo Magic. Yeah, so pretty nice there. I want to emphasize we definitely misbuilt the deck. Like, if I could do it again, I would definitely have another card to bring in because our mapping was off. I have to really awkwardly keep the collective fit. Excuse me. And while they could have EE and they likely have Bauble, it's not enough of a reason to keep in my opinion. Like you rather have a better card. That card can be Plague Engineer, which I think is like probably okay because I think some Delver pilots are playing Third Path Iconoclast, I think it's called the new Pyromancer. It's like decent if they haven't flipped their Delvers or the non-Delirium DRCs. Sorry for sucking your balls, but every time I watch you play L's, I'm always impressed with the lines you take and how you navigate. Thank you, Steve. No problem at all. I appreciate the kind words, and obviously, like I think it's nice hearing that. Like obviously I don't have as much publicity slash like media presence as some of the bigger streamers, so that's nice to hear. I appreciate that. All right, we'll go into the next. Is Trophy the best black card that can be played against Delver plus combo? Uh, I actually asked my LGS that answer key gaming. I think the answer might be Collective Brutality. Um, the other one that comes to mind is maybe like Witherbloom Command, but those cards are really flawed, and I don't want to play a card that is necessarily flawed just for the higher black count, if that's what you're getting at. Answer Key Gaming. Good question though. Thank you for the follow, Eb11. This is a really good hand. That's sounds reminds me of the Sting and the Police song, right? I think here we're gonna ramp. The only thing that would have made this hand like a little bit better, obviously, is um, the cradle in the hand, obviously. But I mean, can't have it all, right? Another question I've been getting asked a lot lately is like, what is the correct Waterwood visionary count? I think the I think the visionary count is correct as is. I think it's definitely two. The Waterwood is up for some debate. It's between two and three. I am not 100% sure what it is in a vacuum, but I think right now two might be correct because of the metagame being faster. Uh, the second thing I like to fetch a lot is the basic in case something happens. Like I don't know, you never know when your opponent's gonna try to back to boom. Sorry, back to basics you or anything like that. I think here I'll just play the visionary and see what they do. When are we going to put Lily's TS and Goyf main? So that there is a joke at this being a Jund deck, right? Uh, TS main is something I had considered in the past, but it's like kind of awkward against some of those prison decks, and we don't really go underneath them. We go over the top. Um, Lily is interesting. Yeah, green black rock essentially, right? Even more so if you're on ignoble. Yeah, I mean we're almost there already, right? Main deck removal is something I never thought I was gonna do, but if there were ever a time for main deck removal, I think right now is it. Also, the other thing about main deck removal is it does cover up one of the holes if your opponent knows where you're on. I've had people make ridiculous lines because they think I don't have removal and just gotten blown out lately because of it. Obviously, the ultimate not anti nonsense would be having force will, but we are quite far from that, unfortunately. Cauldra. All right. I think we're gonna snuff out the Stoneforge Mystic here, and then see what they do. I think I'm gonna lead with this and see what they do. Attack. I think we're at a point where we have to kind of pressure. So I like playing the Fiend Artisan, right? Like if they have removal, they have to deal with the Artisan here, and then like seems interesting with Grief. I think Grief is probably the closest we might be to main deck discard. Keep in mind one thing that the more non-creatures you play, the more Once Upon a Time gets a little bit shaky. Solid me. That is the best thing I've seen today. That is probably a true statement, right? Well, there is the blue Zenith deck. I don't even know if you count that as part of the Sylvan Syndicate. Feels like it's maybe the member that's gone rogue, right? But yeah, the Sylvan the blue Zenith deck is probably the closest thing I would think of, maybe. Sure. It's a little bit awkward. I'm not gonna bounce. I think we need to take that to ferry off. Um, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just bash and see what they do. They're probably gonna hit the Wirewood. So I value them not having instant speed shenanigans highly for what it's worth. Like I'm willing to lose my symbiote over that, if that makes sense, because I don't want to have to worry about that. So many cards that run 80. It's true. So the nice thing here is we know they have to deal with the artisan. Could Leovo be worth a trop in the 9 fetch? That is a very interesting question. I didn't think about the 9 fetch spot, but I've been thinking about Leovo in the sideboard because it's actually a card that I would want against combo too. It's black. It's green. It checks a lot of boxes. The only one thing it doesn't check is the random needing blue mana, but maybe as a sideboard card it's okay. That is a very interesting question, and I hadn't considered cutting the 9 fetch for the trop. I actually think I'm not. I actually think it may be correct to still not do that and just like live with the fact that you may draw it sometimes because the trop is just so bad to draw. Sure. Oh my god. All right, we know one of the cards is the Cauldra. Oh, nice. Okay, that's easy mode. I think you do that now. I think you minus. They may play it, but that's not as nearly as bad as them cheating on mana, right? They may play the Batterskull. I don't think we actually care about Batterskull. It's like one basic is enough. That's the way too dangerous for me. Even for my blood, Def not Oz. You're gonna pair into lands and like, wish you had not. I think a Batterskull is okay. They did that. That's fine. Ooh, interesting. If we get opposite, well, actually, opposite shade doesn't really work here. I think we. Oh man, if they have a Snapcast, I'm gonna be so mad. It's probably not worth it to be honest. Like one damage is not gonna be. If they have a Snapcat, we just lose probably. We're already not doing great, and then I just don't want to lose the Snapcaster there. This is a Progenitus matchup, right? It is. Sucks to not have it main deck, but that is the price we pay, I guess. Sure. Oh, the shields are down. The other card is Batterskull. I think they realize they need a clock. Oop. I got it. Should have done it earlier. I don't think it really changes much. Oh my god, why? We lose 1 point of damage. Which I don't. We'll see if that matters. We're gonna hard cast the hoof here. No, we didn't. We need to get the cradle right. We have to think about how we're gonna win this game. We go to 2. They should be at 13. We missed a point of damage because um I got clicked through it. They're gonna batter us. All right, that tells me they probably don't have anything. A creature here is pretty clutch. There's a creature. Actually, are we one short? Jesus. Yeah, we are. God dang it. All right. Gotta pass again. I miscounted that definitely honest. Sure, this is a cool line. I think we're still short, unfortunately. Oh my goodness, do we not? Oh, the arbor's gone. Ugh, shoot. All right, I guess we bog our opponent here. We don't want to draw that card. It has to be Cradle, I feel now. Right? Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, yeah. I think we're just dead. I think we're just dead on board. Did not was not able to answer this. All right, we're just dead. Yeah, that's what I mean. We don't have enough damage now because of the Batter Skull. All right. This ironically enough could be a grief matchup. Let me see how it boards. The I don't think I love Snuff Outs because like the second Mystic can still do the thing. Well, maybe it's okay. They might go after a GTA. I don't know, like post combat. I don't think grief is the answer. I don't want to pitch. No bog either. All right, so this is where we have to figure out how we want to play this. I feel like C's might be better. I haven't followed Legacy for a while. Is this how Elves looks like now? Great question. uh, like for a week, I guess, right? Main deck Snuff Out. Like some sort of this shell has been around, I guess, since like August in terms of like Fiend Artisan, but the latest list it looks like this. I guess it's only been like 2 days old. I don't think Agent's actually good against them, but I guess we keep. Yeah, it's like more of a mid range, like slash prison deck at the moment. It's like there's a lot. It's like no. I don't think there's a clean description at the moment. Like it's not really a prison deck, but it plays a lot like a prison deck. It's not really a mid range deck. Sorry, it is a mid range deck, but it has like combo elements to it. I don't think it like neatly fits into any one category at the moment. I think the previous iteration of Reclaimer is still a combo deck. Kaya the Usurper and what the heck? That is a problem down the road. Well, not even that. I'm just saying, like, without the Fiend Artisan with Glimpse of Nature, I would still call this a combo deck. Is what I'm saying, definitely. My opponent joked, you weren't supposed to see the greed. Yeah, so I guess here maybe I just take the Mystic. The Usurper here is like down the road. This is interesting. Yeah, I guess I'll take the Mystic. Swords is a possibility too. Like, I'm not sure we care about that. I think in these kind of matchups, it might be correct to just not seize on one anymore. I just feel like that tempo hit is just too bad, right? Something to think about. Like, I don't love seeds at the moment.
I mean, they should hit lands here. At minimum, they have two. The Kaya goes down to one. Probably swords the Shepherd, I would imagine.
because of the Cradle mana. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. I think we flood the board here. Like we're pretty much all in already. I would say that's probably Death Not Oz the closest description I would give for this version. It probably is either a mid range slash prison deck, probably closer to mid range with a combo finish, right? Like natural order is the all the mistakes you previously made doesn't don't matter anymore. They did not play the Kaya. That's quite interesting. I wonder why. I guess because it dies. I mean, that's I still 1 for 1, and now it's like a million damage, right? Trying to see what the logic is, why they did not do that. That seems like a misplay, but I could be missing something.
Like, maybe they forgot about the pump. Because I think if I'm the other player, they should kind of kill the Shepherd and then. It also unlocks the Force of Will, too, right?
There really are not prison elements. It's just plain disruption, right? In my opinion. Um, there are some. So what I mean by that is like, yeah. See, they should have done that on their turn. They misplayed. I think they better late than never. So the prison elements that I'm referring to are. Oof, this is awkward now. It's a little bit awkward because now the Fiend Artisan and they probably force it. I don't know. I think it's Artisan actually because I don't think getting in there for 10 is gonna. I think the tempo matters more than getting in for 10. Like I want this on board is the reason. I think I get that, and then I'll pass. They might force this. I don't know their hand, but yeah, they definitely. If you want a card that's decent against Delver and Combo, and that isn't blue like Label, have you tried Shieldred? I actually do not think Shieldred is good against Delver. Like it's hard for us to have double black. Also, a 4 mana spell is not where I want to be against Delver. Like historically speaking, from an elf perspective, the cards that are good against Delver are like cards like Endurance that nukes their graveyard and presents a roadblock or removal. Um, yeah, so like Bitter Blossom, yeah, Black is hard. Bitter Blossom is okay against Delver, but not good against combo. Yeah, especially in this version. The ignoble version might be okay. Shoot. Alright, so they didn't expend their force. Top deck Shepherd here steals a win though. They, I think, I wonder if it was a mistake to take the Stoneforge Mystic. Well, to be fair, of course, I think the game might have been lost on the turn one Thoughtseize. I think in the future I might want to just like against this kind of deck where they have creatures too, like the get the ramp out first. Well, to be fair, the Kaya is also on the board, right? That's like kind of pretty annoying.
You put cards in your deck to draw them, right? That's true. We do. We have to live with it a few times we draw this Progenitus. I kind of wanted to actually play a Fauna Shaman.
Maybe they shuffled away. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why they have not slammed Kaya. Maybe they brainstormed it away. Like, that's... I don't understand why, though. Because it's, like, quite good against us.
It probably is. I've seen it do pretty decent things against elves. I thought about playing it for a while before Grist got printed. If I was splashing two colors, essentially. There's the Kaya. I think we're probably dead from here. A card I thought about playing to get rid of this Progenitus problem was Fauna Shaman, but I think that's pretty bad.
The other one, obviously, is the Alolith Troll. It's just we'll die to this. Is the problem. I think we're probably just dead. I think we have to hope to draw natural order, and then like they like don't have force somehow. Like force is down for some reason. But I do think the misplay was, and yeah, this is something I forget because I don't play against Stoneblade too often. But I think Seize is not great turn one, the way it is against some of these other control decks. That's kind of a greedy Narset there. Like, what if you whiff? Like they did right now. Oh, Hoof gets the job done here. Ooh, that's interesting. Unfortunately, no targets. I think we do this. We attack. This is kind of a sweet line. I think we attack the Narset. They will block with a Snapcaster. We're gonna reanimate their Snapcaster. Actually, hold on. No, I take that back. We don't have another one. I guess we just like ramp here. Yeah, I realized that afterwards, unfortunately. Use reanimate as a ramp spell. I know, right? It's just as good as Unearth there.
We might just be dead now. We had a small window where our opponent misplayed and left their shields down, but we needed to draw the hook right then and there.
Live and learn. Actually, before I forget, sure. I think that is, what was I going to say? I think before we forget, we want to put it, okay, we've had the Plague Engineer back now. Patch up? No, I don't know what that is. Narset, I believe. I don't even know what that card does. Let's see. Oh, I think I have seen something like that. Yeah, that's a pretty cool card to be honest. I think I saw it at the time. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Sure. Surprisingly, we're not dead yet, which is the crazy. But they might force this. We'll see. They may force that. It is white, so yeah, it's in the wrong color. That does not seem right to me. That they pitch force. Unless they need the mana for some reason. Did we steal this game? Wow! Our opponent said this is the first time they're playing blue, so understandable. I thought there was no way we're winning that game. Alright, I got to use the restroom. Alright, I think I don't want the endurances. I think we'll just keep it as is. The grease actually might be okay, but I don't think that's the type of game we want to play. Reanimate did not feel particularly great for some reason. I mean, for what it's worth. But I don't think I want to get stuck with, note. Ugh, of course. Of course. I feel like we have to mull. Why is this always in the hand? Like, Collective is not great here either. That's probably gone. That's an easy gone at least.
Yeah, this hand is actually really good. Not sure why the price for Opposite Agent didn't come up there. Can we turn to NO? We can. Whether that's the correct now we can't. Whether that's the correct move or not is another story, but we technically could. I wonder how greedy do we want to be here? I think we want to be greedy. I'm not gonna respect the back to basics. The reason why I did that is because I really value the fetch, essentially giving us another natural order count, right? Like when you've got the cradle, fetch lands become huge because they're like extra creatures. Uncounterable creatures too. There is a non-zero chance. I'm just gonna fire off the NO here. Actually, I'm like depending what they do here, right? There is a non-zero chance. I just fire it off for the progenitors. Even if it's not lethal. Sure. Alright, that takes that line out the window. They might be on the all removal plan, which is okay for us. That's pretty good. Actually, that was a misplay. I should have done this first. The reason being is, in case they swords us, we can respond on the stack, right? That I got a little sloppy there. Turn on the heater is kind of cold. Shep off the top would be pretty good. That's pretty good play from our opponent. Like better safe than sorry, right? I think they sensed that they were in trouble, so that's pretty heads up. Hello. I find the white decks, the Tundra decks, yeah, they tend to have these 8 1 mana removal spells, and that's actually where the Wirewood Visionary like lines become more relevant. And it's kind of like why I can say definitively, I think 2 is the correct Visionary count. The more controlly your metagame is, I would say the more I lean towards 3 Wirewood. Yes, it would be a good amount. But to be fair, if they didn't do that, they're probably just dead, right? Like, I'm gonna natural order them for like a million. Yes, no sanctuary. Definitely no sanctuary, right?
Three, four, five. There's really no reason to commit more to the board, so I'm just gonna like hold. Something like dress down would be really annoying. Sure. That's actually good for us, right? I think. Did we steal this game? We were not supposed to win game two. Yeah, we did. Our opponent just waved the white flag. All right, we skated there barely. Uh, we should be really right now 1-1. Our opponent made a mistake because it's the first time they're playing a blue deck, and they realized immediately after, oh, they should have just hard casted force, right? Like we noticed from our side, but they caught it, which is good on their behalf too. With Bayou fetch slot two. I That is an interesting concept. Answer Key Gaming. I typically don't really want to play any more the bare minimum than I have to, um, because I want to play as many fetches as possible. And I'm not sure Voidwalker is good enough where I'm gonna ruin my mana base a little bit just for that. Oh, good games, Corridor. Yeah, I just mentioned too that you realize the mistake immediately after, which is good on your behalf, right? Like honestly, you should have won that game too. And it's one of those things where you make those mistakes one time and hopefully don't make it again, right? Like no, no, yeah, I think it's good to play a lot of different decks, and yeah, yeah, it's one of those things where like you catch yourself immediately after, and it's like, oh shoot, why did I do that? Hopefully, I don't get punished. And then of course, they have it, right? But it's one of those things where like hopefully it just because you made the mistake, right? It's not gonna happen again. It happened to me actually yesterday on stream too. Ironically enough, against Chase, like I said, I reanimated his Fury, and I didn't play around bounce, and that got to give him another Fury on the turn that I would have had lethal. So, um, again, right, like I won't be making that mistake in the future, and I didn't know Chase was actually even streaming it, but I had heard from Mike, who was watching his stream. All right, I'm gonna get some more water as this loads. Also, was not expecting the main deck snuff out game one. Yeah, it's a new tech. What's it called? I'm playing four snuff outs main now because I think the metagame calls for it. Fortunately, not a good hand. I think here we put the grist back. Without knowing what our opponent is on, right? Like we might not get to cast it. Yeah, the snuff outs main has been good. Like at stealing game one against initiative, which can be hard if they know where you're on, right? Obviously, there's this trick of using multiple accounts. I don't know who would do such a thing, but there's that too. Yeah, it definitely snuff out is a big problem for that deck because it's a free force of will essentially, right? Like for them. All right, we need another land here. I feel like we take the cradle and just like not and accept losing the wasteland given our the context of our hand. The texture of our hand is probably the better word. The other reason why I put the artisan back is like you can fiend for it potentially too. Like I really prioritize being able to cast my spells on time, which is why I don't play like the fourth natural order, which is why I don't play. Ooh, interesting. which is why. Lou, come on. Sure. Yeah, I can see that for sure, Corridor. Like, I think you really need tempo. I think Snuff Out is unbelievable against that deck, but I don't know if your mana base can support it. Is the only thing. If it can, and you don't lose. Yes, definitely. Anytime you see Grim Monolith, they're definitely up to no good. Ooh. Judy, can you check what Lou is growling about? Snaring Bridge. Okay. Something that actually may come up here is I've seen opponents, they like play their Mycosynth Lattice and then they like plus it, and I've like been able to snuff that out, which is like pretty funny if you think about it. Not with the latest list, but just like I forget why that came up. So an E bridge is maybe coming. Wasteland? Are you kidding me? Okay, I guess so. These are like the greediest of greed, right? Like the combo deck playing Wasteland. Wasteland. This is the greediest of greed here. Ironically enough, good against us right now, but because we can't like toot up the collector roof anymore. I mean, maybe if there's no other lands to play, like maybe you just have to hit a colorless land count. I can see that, but like, I don't know. I usually feel the if you're playing like wasteland slash removal, those are like tend to be the greedy of the greeds for a combo deck. I think. Sure. It's kind of funny. The exact scenario where I'm talking about is coming up. The exact scenario I'm talking about is about to come up where I'm gonna hit the snaring bridge now. So the exact scenario I was talking about is coming up. I did say this could happen, and it played out the way I thought it could, based on the way that they tutored, right? All right, it's time to end the game. We do that, bash with both, and then lock them out. Yeah, BTFO is correct. Like, I thought there was a chance this could happen, right? And it did. Yeah, that's backbreaking against them. What we just did right now. The funny thing is they may never do that again, but we're gonna board out the snuff house, right? It's not good here. It's a random thing that just came up. All right, how do we want to board? Yes, Oof is the prison element. I think Reclaimer is a prison element against those graveyard decks. I don't. We want. We don't want that. I don't think we want Agent either. I think this might be a Grief, yeah, matchup. What? Everything okay? What was that side?
I don't know.
I think it's a reanimate matchup. Just for the fact that we're playing, we're gonna treat them as a combo deck, which I think it's safe to assume that they are. All right, why are we short on cards here? I guess we can add back the one of each. They're never animated. That's true. Cooldown max. Yeah, that is one of those things that I'm never gonna do that again to this opponent. Ugh. I feel like this is probably a mole. Like, is a mole to 5 already? Ugh, that's not good either. What are the Noxus rivals? Have been meaning to ask. Doomsday, Time Walking Reanimator. Yeah, more or less. Like it time walks Doomsday, so and then it's a blowout against Reanimator, right? It's like a better surgical extraction because you can like do target yourself and do things like that, like, which I've done. Like put your bog back or like put your arbor back. Ugh, close but no cigar. I don't think we can go any further. I'm gonna keep. And I'm of the belief that Candelabra. I'm of the belief that I don't play super duper narrow cards. Like even choke, I consider is too narrow. Oh my god, why? Okay, I misjudged this matchup. I did not think they were a chalice deck too. But I guess it would make sense because they. Oh my god. I guess it makes sense because what is it called? They had Wasteland, right? I thought this was like a Mystic Forge combo deck, but it looks like they're more like I don't know, control-y. In that case, I don't think I love Grief or what is it called? Or Thoughtseize. If that's what they're on. I think Jarvis was playing as this deck earlier. Oof, sure. We might just be dead, right? They had kind of the nuts too. Yeah, reanimate not and reanimate and thoughts. He's not where you want to be against a chalice deck. To be fair, our hands weren't great either. I think we do need to go back to the drawing board though, in terms of like think about how we want to board. Grief could be okay still. Um, Check off the top. The question here, I don't think we want to fetch. That's kind of interesting. For natural order reasons. Let's see what they do. Let's see if they play the coding.
We need them to screw up here. Otherwise, we have a natural order. Hmm. A black pitch would, in our hand would help. Oh, they messed up. Actually, yeah, they messed up. These types of why I love Strifeful Power. Interesting. Okay, they're going for that line again. Interesting. You got to be kidding me. I drew this the turn. I'm gonna natural order. Well, that is unfortunate. Gotta go with the next best option here. Feels like that's a Gris. I don't know. I mean, is the Gris or the Collective? I feel like we need to kill the Karn. Like, that's gonna take over the game, I think. Like, they could just, like, Spyglass us. I don't, like, I'm assuming that's in their wish board. The problem with Oof is, Sovereign is in their sideboard, so they can eventually cast it too. Yeah, Saga's quite annoying at this point. We just, oh my god. So that's what I mean, right? Like, if they have Oof, they can eventually, if we Oof, they can eventually just like Sovereign us or whatever. I feel like we got run over. We got Oof. Yeah, that's how I felt. I felt like we have to hope they miss on land. Like you essentially hope to get lucky at this because we're so far behind. We also miss. I not we. I misjudged the deck that they were on. Why does that tap for four? I'm like, for each Urza land you control. Oh, this is a randomly an Urza land. That's kind of crazy. Is that how that works? It's kind of wild. That is kind of wild. Oh my god. I think the game is probably over. I'm like looking at our hand. I don't see a route to victory as a problem. Like we're gonna start taking 10 turn, if not more. I guess we'll see what they tutor. That's like some advantage. Interesting. Workshop works like that too. Oh, I think you're thinking about Mishra's workshop. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's how that works. Sure. That's kind of cool. I don't think it's better than Post, but it's kind of cool.
See what they get here. I'll just like concede.
I didn't know there was a super type for Urza lands, but it's cool to find out about, I guess.
What is that? Tap target artifact or creature? Why would they play this? Doesn't that other thing do the same thing? The tap or untap? I'm confused now. I think we'll just concede. We're like so far behind. Yeah, it seems like it. Although Tron is a 3-card combo, I would personally rather just run Cloud Post. Seems better to me, but maybe I'm missing something. Alright, I definitely misboarded. I don't think I want that. That might still be okay. Let's see how much we have. The snuff outs, it seems like they're consistent. They're gonna like animate their thing. So maybe it's like better to just bring back in, which is kind of crazy. Any good outer sleeves? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? So grief here is kind of wild because I think we can do something like this. You just pitch the snuff outs. Yeah. Sure. If this is a dork, this hand gets a lot better. Looks like it's. Oh my god. I think we want to fetch because I want to draw those natural orders. Hopefully they just wasteland us too. Because we are flooded here. If Death Right were legal, it's big ifs obviously. Did we mull? I think we kept Trinisphere, alright. It's not good. Maybe we should have mulled that hand. It's hard to say. I think we played that, because if they wasteland us, it's the same, right? They can wasteland the Bayou. Oh, you're just asking generically? I just use the KMCs usually, high start, 1337. Did it? What? How are they casting anything? Do they not realize they have a Trinisphere out?
Unless they have a Spirit Guide.
Sure. I think given that they used their one waste already, I think we want to sandbag the Cradle now. Hopefully they just like screw themselves, right? Like trying to cut us off mana. Trinisphere is probably the least fun card in Magic for me. It's like no counterplay, right? Sure. Like outside of Force of Will, that's literally the only one. Interesting. That might be okay. Yeah, I mean to be fair, Boseiju is probably not great for us either. Like we're still giving them the land potentially, and then um, oh my god, Dismember, and then it takes 2 mana, right? Hey Sam, thank you for the raid. How's your stream? For those of you who are just tuning in from, I think I have less copium and to fight. That's good. So for those of you who are curious, here are my socials. You can follow me, and then for those who are watching me, make sure to follow myself included. Follow Sam on Twitter. She's a fantastic Doomsday player. Sure. So I know I need to slam the oof next turn. That's for sure. The Griefer we just drew right now. That's like the new tech, by the way, for those of you who are tuning in from Sam's stream. Uh, it turns out when you have Phenars in your list, the black count is just barely enough for you to support, 0 mana discard. That actually can be found off once upon a time and momentarily increase your Cradle mana as well, right? Those are like some of the ancillary benefits. How is your matchup with Whites looking? I think it was really good week 1. I think week 2 they adapted their gameplay and they were favored. I think week 3 now, we just finished I guess week 3. I think the changes that I've made have made it slightly favorable. But then you have to really know the matchup, and play draw has probably never mattered more than I've ever seen. And the biggest thing is, thank you for the follow, Ari Math. The biggest change is main deck snuff outs. Yeah, I think it's okay. I think it was harder last week or a week ago after Thanksgiving because one, I wasn't really working on the deck and they were, and two, I think they adapted their play style, right? And then thank you, Pierre Goshu. And that helped them take away percentage points from us, right? So let's see what we do here. Yo, hey Kern, how's it going? I think here we grief. We have what 3, 6 mana. Okay, we don't have enough to do everything we want. I think the first thing we want to do here is probably just play the Collective Oof to shut off their mana, right? And then I think here we just play another Visionary. We were short on Grief and Oof. We were 2 mana short, actually. I think we can pass now. Also, Phenars conveniently plays around Archon of Emeria kind of nicely. This is the Fiend Artisan like mid-range / prison list.
But I think the White Stompy matchup, like I said, was good the first week because I think they weren't really prepared for our list in general because our list kind of attacks in a different way. I think second week, I think they were probably favored after they made the adjustments. I think week three now, or almost week four, uh, we are probably about even now after the adjustments that I made.
I mean, we did lose game two for what it's worth, Kern. We didn't know what they were on. I think it depends on the build, Arimap. I think Combo Elves is worse against the Archon version and potentially better. It's hard to say because I think it depends on how good the White Stompy player is as well. I think if they're good, it's not necessarily better. All right, we just have the kill here. So I made a statement. I think in general leaving out fun factor and like what you're used to and like difficulty of deck and like assuming all things are equal in terms of like ability to pick up a deck. I do think in general this build is better against almost every archetype outside of maybe the Rite of Flame decks because Reclaimer just doesn't matter in those kind of decks or like Belcher. Belcher, the Epic Gamble, like things like that, you probably have a better game one, definitely against those decks. Games two and three is debatable because they have a lot of cards just dedicated for the combo. Like our sideboard hate is we have more room in the sideboard for combo hate. So I think it's debatable games two and three, but definitely game one, I would say the combo version has some percentage points against those Rider Flame decks. But keep in mind they were still not favored, right? Like at best, I think 30%, whereas maybe we're like 20% game one. And of course, that also assumes that we don't just like cheese a win with Collector Oof main, right? Which they could do as well, to be fair. Obviously, I've gotten a little bit lucky in notably game two in match two. I was supposed to lose, but our opponent was new to the deck and made a mistake. Don't you think Combo Elves is better against White Stompy? I think if the White Stompy player doesn't know the matchup, then definitely yes, because you can just like cheese a glimpse win. I think if the White Stompy player is really good and knows to attack and play really ultra aggressively, I don't think it's actually great because I think if the White Stompy player like aggressively swords your turn one dork and solitudes excuse me, the relevant creatures, right? The mana creatures, I don't think it's actually great for the glimpse version. For the same reasons why the glimpse version is a little bit worse against Delver, right? It also depends if the not Moonstomp, the White Stompy player is keeping in Chalice as well, right? Which I think probably, well, it's debatable, right? But I think in general, the advantage of the Glimpse version is that you have a better Goldfish, but I don't think a good White Stompy player is gonna allow you to Goldfish. If that makes sense. You're right. So for what it's worth, the White Initiative players usually board out Chalice because it's a bad top deck and because it doesn't play to the board. So I think they probably board the same way, and I do think the aggressive removal plan is probably pretty good uh, against the Netto version. If I were to speculate, I haven't seen the matchup. Full disclosure. I will concede the I will concede at least game one for sure, and even possibly games two and three. I believe the Netto version is slightly better against Rite of Flame decks, but I do think they are still disadvantaged. Essentially, all in combo that does not use the graveyard. I think the Neto version is a little bit better in, but again, I don't think that's a great metagame for that either, right? I think we take the land and we just fetch Bayou first. Udon Nudon. Oh, sorry, Udon Udon. I almost read that as Nudon, which is pretty funny. I would say the Neto version had a slight advantage against the Reclaimer versions in the mirror before as well, but ever since the change to Fiend Artisan, I don't think that's actually necessarily true anymore because of Snuff out here, and also the ability, if we cared, we can just run Plague Engineer, and then that deck has a really hard time beating Plague Engineer. Why Bayou over Forest there? Because we're gonna be vulnerable to Wasteland anyways. I think we're just gonna like play double Bayou, right? To make sure our Bayou's are turned up. Hey Hayabusa. Also, in case we draw what is it called? The deck then. That's the other reason. Sorry. I'm all about the deck thinning. Interesting that they brainstorm turn one. I wonder if that means they're in combo. The other thing about Shepherd is that's a little bit awkward is if you really want to maximize mana, which elves in general wants to do, you actually a lot of times just don't. You have to play into days and things like that. Yeah, grief is another. Oh, it looks like it's show and tell. Sneak and show specifically. Sure. Can't say I endorse that play. Yeah, they're probably just going for the combo if I were to guess. I don't know. Grief also seems pretty nice for us. Alright, we're gonna put in the draw spell. We're probably dead, to be honest. But this is a hard matchup, in my opinion. As a general rule of thumb, the combo matchups that tend to be hard are the ones that don't use the graveyard. Or, or, or more specifically, do not care about endurance. Those tend to be the hard matchups, in my opinion. Where is our Shriek Maw? It wouldn't have even worked here, right? Could put in the sneak attack. Alright, we are probably dead. I think lifetime me surviving something like this is only like 2 or 3 times. Like this early in the game at least. Alright. Yeah. Ooh. That's awkwardly our snuff out is dead. But it was already dead anyways. So it didn't matter. I think we just like put in the reclaimer. They need red source plus creature, so there is a chance, but very low. Cradle off the top would be pretty nice. There's the red source. I think we're dead now. Yep. All right. We do have 7 discard, which helps. That we yeah. So let's do that. Also, imagine reanimating a Gristlebrand. That's gonna be pretty nice if that happens. I don't think we want agent, but let me see how it maps. Yeah, probably not. I think in this kind of match, if we had the Karakas, we would lean with a Reclaimer. The stuff outs can come out. That's why I'm off. It pitches to grief too for what it's worth, and reanimates grief. So it does a couple of different things. But it's yeah, it's like that's running the scam, right? That people talk about. You think you like the opposition agent? Interesting. Something to keep in mind for what it's worth is opponent does like to board in Magus against us. So that's one reason why. I think I like it better against the Omnitel version. Man, if I was running Caracas right now, I'd probably keep. But I don't think we can keep this otherwise. The Once Upon a Time has a decent chance of hitting. Otherwise, the hand is kind of bad. We would have to hit. What is it called? We would have to hit a pitch spell here. I think we try. I don't think I want to go to 5. The deck, full disclosure, is not built to beat Sneak and Show. Like, I just accept that's a bad matchup. Or at least that. Well, maybe that's not true anymore because it depends how you feel about the initiative versus the. Okay, there we got the pitch that we needed. Actually, cancel. I think I want to do this. Get the cradle. Actually, no, they can force the grief. So let's not do that. And then this will decide how we play our hand. What's WPA? Griselbrand, Brainstorm, City of Trade. Alright, we take the one card that matters. Oh, White Plume Adventure. No, you're actually the first, Jason. Yeah, if we hit Reanimate here, that would just be just stone nuts. I actually don't think the White Plume Adventure is good in this list for what it's worth because control is not really a, a problem historically for elves outside of the Terminus days, right? The countertop days. I would gladly face control, 10 out of 10 times in a league in a tournament. Excuse me. Choose not to shuffle. I think we just like. Get in the beats. So natural order off the top. Reanimate here is pretty good too. What else? Maybe I just need to run more reanimates. Although I just make myself even weaker to cage, right? You can put Grist into play optional. I could, yeah. I don't know. It can come. It actually came up the other day, but they could beat it unfortunately the other day, or I forget if I beat it or not. Essentially, it was irrelevant at that point. I either had the win or I was gonna lose regardless. Um, Unfortunately, I don't remember what I saw off the Once Upon a Time. I don't think it was anything great though. So I'll actually, yeah, I don't think there's anything great. So let's do this. Reclaimer's pretty good. I'm trying to think if there's any benefit of playing the land here. Um, it gives away full information, but they're probably not playing around anything anyways. I, it's probably better to just not do it. They could annihilate our board or something randomly right now. Uh-oh, that's not good. Yikes. I think we're dead. Wow, they have both? Jesus. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Because the pedal can be like blue mana. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. Alright. Good thing we didn't play that fetch. We're probably dead regardless. Like I said, I've only beaten gaining annihilated and the zero permanents like 3 or so times in my life. On empty board. I've beaten it a few times more where like they got it late. How many? I haven't been keeping track of which cantrips. Oh my god, one turn. My god. We were one turn late. Actually, we can't even do it anymore. Because we're at 4. No, we can't. We're at 4. Oh my god. It's pretty bad. We needed this one turn earlier, and we probably win, to be honest. Like, after drawing 14, right? Yeah, we can get an Arbor, but, like, I think, honestly, the Reclaimer's better at... Okay, now we're just dead. Ugh, brutal. Alright, 3 and 1. Maybe we can salvage a 4-1. This matchup is gonna be hard, I think. Like, they're running Furies even now, like... And Fury decks are, in my opinion, a little bit problematic for Elves at the moment. Like, that is, like... These red decks are what I'm afraid of, right? These Rite of Flame, Magus of the Moon, Fury decks are what I don't really want to play against. I think everything else is probably okay. For those of you, again, who's tuning in from Samantha's stream, and shout out to Samantha again for the raid. I think this is gonna look crazy if you are, haven't seen elves what they look like in a while. Like main deck snuff outs. That's for the initiative. The griefs in the sideboard are independent of the metagame. They're just a discovery I made last week, and I just think they're a little bit better than Thoughtseize, right? Like free is important when you're in the combo mirror, or in our case, like a prisony deck, right? Did we just play this person? I forgot what they. Excuse me. I forgot what they were on. It was from the other league. I don't remember what they were on though. It might have been the initiative, actually. I don't remember. Oops. The list I ran, I 5 with on Saturday night is kind of it has the same main deck as the one we're playing tonight. The sideboard had Force of Vigor, which I find not to be very great. I think we're just gonna fetch Bayou now, like by default, which is a new, different play pattern, but might be Delver actually. We just played them earlier. I don't remember what they were on though. Oh my god, we drew that. It's always this, unfortunately. They were playing around days, and then we play the Arbor next. This is a disaster though of a draw. They probably bolt. I think they might be on Delver. They probably bolt our. Actually, I take that back. Maybe they're on 4C or Bant. Sorry, that's what they were on. They might have been the band player. Yeah, you're right. I think here we're just gonna slam match order and see what they do. Hopefully, it just draws out force. Yeah. At least the natural order got value, right? Like we traded with the force. Our hand is awful right now, though. That hoof is just a disaster. Teferi, perhaps? I think they were on 4C before. Loam, sure. It's too bad. We were one turn late here with the. Ooh, that's actually really good. I think we just get the Bayou. We're not playing around it like Wasteland. Mildo, best card in the deck. No, I think that we did see red. They just didn't need it game 2, I think. Oh my god. Well, I felt like we just like are off by 1. That is just bad. Sure. I don't see a viable path towards winning this game. The way it's played out. Did we mull? No, we didn't even mull. Like, just drawing the hoof, which is like is a disaster. Uh, it could. I'm not holding my breath in this matchup. Also 5 mana, just do nothing here. Feels like endurance is coming, but I feel like I have to walk into it, right? Yeah, I mean, we don't really have a choice, in my opinion.
We have one, two, three, four, five. A cradle could mean lethal. Actually, we're just dead here, right? Like, actually, no, we're not. They just pump the thing. That's 10 damage. We have to block the endurance. If they swords and endurance, we're just dead on the spot. Yeah, I don't see a winning path here, unfortunately. It's really hard, I think, when our opponent curves out the way they did.
Yeah. Also, we drew our draws didn't help us. Uh, it's unfortunately too late. The problem is we can't get rid of this board. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother. All right, chance to redeem ourselves potentially from last time. I think endurance is really good. I think we want to reanimate this time. Board out the snuff outs. And the oof. The agent's pretty bad too. And then this should be good.
Plague Engineer is like randomly potentially good too. But I think I actually don't think it's great because like it's telegraphed, right? You can't wait for them to play the hamster and then get them. You have to do it preemptively, which makes it significantly worse. I'm not even gonna look at the other options. I saw a cradle and that's enough to get my attention. I think this is a game where I'm gonna flood the board here, especially on the draw on the play, right? And force them to spend spot removal. So they have to decide: do they care about the reclaimer? Or do they care about the shepherd? I think Legacy right now, for better or for worse, is like super, probably more than it's ever been, play draw dependent. What? Ooh, Fiend is pretty good here. I think we're just gonna play everything out. Like, they have to answer the Fiend here, and I don't think our hand can beat a sweeper at the moment. So, oh sorry, it's not gonna win anyways. So we just have to hope they don't have it. And we're on the all out aggro plan now.
I'm gonna assume that they can deal with this. Otherwise, they lose, right? Sure. Wow, that is odd. You have two not real decks. Like, well, I guess I guess it depends on the definition. I think here I get a fetch. Is using reclaim more important than the 2 damage? Um, I think it depends on the board state. I think we're all in anyways here. Like, we're not being a sweeper like from this board state. And then we don't play the last card, I think. No, I wouldn't do it for 1 damage. For sure. I don't think the fetch is playing the fetch to thin is more than the information. Interesting. All right. Wow. Okay. Did not think that was happening, but that's kind of interesting. All right. I think based on the way the game played out, I don't think opposition agent is good. I'm not 100% sold on the reanimate, but I think the ceiling could be pretty high. So I'm running back. Every game. I think it's a mold of 5 already because it's 4 lands. Oof. I think we keep though. We know the bottom card is an Arbor and we don't want to see it, so I'm gonna once before fetching. Ugh. Maybe we are playing too many lands. Actually, I should have fetched black there, but that's okay. That was a mistake. It's not the worst. Here I'm sequencing the Warwood first. Alright, that's heads up, I guess. Because I don't want them to kill the Reclaimer. Also, in case I was playing Shepherd, that's why they're forcing that first, right? What do they pitch? Force exile, force, sure. What do you think of new Transformers movie? I haven't watched it. Natural Order is not lethal here. Yeah, it could be okay. I thought about one Burst Lord as well. I think here what I want to do is play the fetch because Natural Order is not lethal, and if they sweep, I'd rather them not, kill all our stuff. I'm just gonna pass for turn, and then see what they do. Here I'm forced to play the fetch because I screwed up. Right? If I had fetch Bayou, it'd be a little bit different. Looks like Supreme Verdict is coming. So it's gonna be a 2-for-1 because we're gonna fetch the Arbor away. Yeah, we kind of thought that could happen, so that's why I fetched the way I did. It's not the end of the world. I think if you told me they're gonna verdict for 2, it's something we live with. We're slamming this 100%. Do we want to fetch first or no? I'm trying to think if there's any benefit right now of fetching first. Probably. Actually, we should have got a Bayou. That was a mistake. NO was not lethal. We didn't have enough tackers. So the idea there is that's why Reclaimer is actually so good against control, is because you can actually have virtual creatures and their sorcery speed sweepers are not good because you can just threaten lethal next turn. What's the fade? Something crazy like another Supreme. Or like dress down nonsense. Question here is, do I hit the library? That would... 1, 2... Yeah, I feel like that's probably correct. Like, this gives them more looks, right? Oh, they can Uro like twice now. That's kind of annoying. Alright. Oof, we got there. Alright, 4-1, I'll take it. The one loss was, what was it to? Oh, show and tell. Yeah, we're not going to beat that. Like, under most circumstances. Like, we even have more discard than usual. I'll bring up the list. Actually, we got like a full value on this league, right? All 2-1s across the board. I think show and tell is probably gonna be hard, and maybe we want to like concede a little bit. Like I love a pristine mana base, but maybe we need to play the Karakas. I can fiddle with that. Also, randomly like if we can like live with the slightly weaker mana bases, better against like the hamster, right? Which is like a problem otherwise. But I think it felt okay. I think grief. Like I definitely wish we had Deathrite to make it more consistent in the pitch. I don't know what the solution, to be honest, is at the moment. I definitely think it's better than Seas, even if it's a little bit less, and it's only slightly less consistent than Seas. I think, because I think the mana acceleration really matters in a combo mirror. Like the typically the path to victory against some of these combo decks is disruption into Artisan Lock. Like it is typically the roadmap. It's like natural order is nice, but it's hard to get to 4 mana when you don't. You spend turn 1 Thoughtseize, right? There you go, that works. Def not Oz. But I think the second league we definitely redeemed ourselves after like a pretty poor first league, and I definitely think the fatal pushes were bad. But it's good we got out of the testing out of the way. Also, before I forget, as promised, I will open another 5 chests. So let's see it. Let's do that. All right, that's the first one. I don't think these are worth anything. Again, we are losing out now. Four. This is in honor of Mike's 1 year anniversary subbing to us, right? And then last one. Okay, so we win some, we lose some. I think we lost here, but that's okay. It's all about the friends we made along the way, right? I think. Does anybody have any questions about this list? We definitely misbuilt the sideboard for what it's worth. Um, we awkwardly had to keep in the collector oof against Delver. I don't. That's definitely not right. Um, I Belcher, it's a sign. I think one thing we could consider is, especially if why is Belcher worth a lot or what? How do you check the price? I don't even know. Here we go. GoatBots. What is Belcher worth at the moment? Okay, it's not worth anything. What's wrong with the sideboard? Okay, so I'm gonna answer Kern's question first. The Essentially what happened with this sideboard was I played the third season. I didn't swap it out for the engineer or the relevant card against Delver, so I only got to bring in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. But really, we have 6 cards to board out against Delver: Collector Oof, Opposition Agent, the 3 natural orders, and the Hoof. I left in the Oof and just like hope not to draw it, and I did, and we lost game two partially because of that. We probably would have lost anyways, but not ideal, right? To leave in the Collector Oof against Delver. And I definitely think we either want the Karok rotation, especially if we play Karok as main deck, or we want a Plague Engineer main. I don't think Plague Engineer is actually great. It tends to be good against like the bad decks, in my opinion. So maybe it's Crop in that slot. I don't know. So maybe this Plague Engineer should be Crop. Like I think this is like interesting to try if we do something like this. Like the Karok is made for the 22nd land, and then the Crop. Where's the Crop? Uh, in the sideboard maybe. Something like that. It's like reasonable. The Noxious Revival is pretty straightforward. It's actually just um, it's a Time Walk against Doomsday because you just put their Doomsday on top, right? It's 0 mana Time Walk, and it's Reanimator hate that you can situationally, and I've done this actually a lot, where you put a creature on top because you have natural order in hand, and you guarantee you don't draw like the hoof or something like that. Also, you can put like the Arbor on top and then rotate what's called with Reclaimer and put the Arbor into the deck. That's like a line that comes up a lot as well. I board out 5 for Delver. I leave Op Agent in simply because it's flash threat that they feel obligated to force because Shepard doesn't protect it. That's reasonable. Like I don't think that's like I think these are like borderline playable, right? Like especially against the 4 Bobble build, like the collective could just like randomly hose them. The agent obviously you can get like a Mystic Sanctuary too, like they can stop those shenanigans. But yeah, it's not the best in my opinion, but it's like not the end of the world to leave an opposition agent, I guess. Oof is like lower ceiling, but also higher floor because it's green and the 2 drop. Agent I don't love as much because it's black and a 3 drop, right? But it does have flash, and sometimes you can get them if they think you're holding up endurance. But yeah, I would personally prefer neither, but it's like not the end of the world. I think a Karok rotation is just like much higher ceiling, especially if we played, like I said, the Karok as main deck, which potentially could have saved us against like, Show and Tell or something like that. But again, it's part of it is also I had the third C's because I wanted a high enough black count for a grief, but I think we're gonna have to like concede a little bit in that category. If that makes sense. Do you think we need to explore more options against the red decks, or just let those matchups go? Um, that is a great question. So against Moonstompy, if that is like really popular in your area, I think the Elvish Spirit Gods are good because it lets you beat a Trinisphere like potentially, or a turn one Blood Moon. Uh, I think against something like Painter, I think I re-evaluated the sideboard, and essentially what I like now is not boarding in the snuff outs or keeping them in this example, because they will know to name black. So like I've been hosed enough now by either Blood Moon, or sorry, not Blood Moon, Magus of the Moon, or Painter on black, and I don't think it's worth the liability anymore. And instead, what I've been doing is us. I don't think we can win a what's it called. I don't think they're playing a combo matchup post board because they never go for it. They just go for the hardcast Fury game plan, and I think that means we're all in on Progenitus. Like, and we have to just play in a way similar to Moonstomp where we represent a 4 mana natural order the following turn, and they force them to sweep. And then if you can afford to get 2 for 2, then that's probably the way to best win, right? Like, and obviously this buys us a turn 2 as well if they mill us. I don't think they're gonna go for that game plan though. And then Artisan can attack through if you have a removal spell. Reanimate on Fury, low key, pretty good. Painter and Veil to beat Fury. That is kind of funny. Yeah, they're yeah. Right now they are naming Black with Painter, an experienced pilot, and it's a little bit problematic. I've found. Force of Vigor helps. The problem with Force of Vigor is I find it's kind of high variance against the matchups I wanted for, specifically White Stompy. Um, and I think if I'm gonna play a high variance card, I'd rather play the Reanimate. I feel like the ceiling's higher. Like I have a nice photo of me reanimating a Solitude that's equipped to a GTA with 0 counters. That just and then essentially I just snowballed the game from there, right? Because I already had the initiative. Also, yeah, reanimate on Fury. Reanimate on Artisan, low key could be like game winning depending on the scenario. Or reanimate on Oof. It makes Cage a little bit better against us, but Cage was already really good, and I think we just have to hope that either A, it's not highly played, or B, we had the Boseiju at the time, or we can dig through it right with the mini Wirewood Visionary package that we had. I think if I were to guess right now what to play for Eternal Weekend, um, I'm definitely sold on the Griefs. Like that is like independent of metagame. Like this card is absurd. Like free spells, who would have thunk, right? And the matchup is not long enough where we run the risk of drawing it against combo mirrors. It's not long enough where we run the risk and it's dead, right? Like we're not boarding it against fair decks. I mean, I say that with an asterisk, right? Maybe there's a scenario I'm not thinking of, but for the most part, I don't think I'm boarding it against fair decks. I have to look at the sideboard map again. Um, but I think it helps a lot against combo. Like essentially turning all your black cards into Elvish Spirit Guide. The other thing is, what am I missing? Yeah, it's possible we want the crop rotation package. It's like a little bit greedy, I think, but it does like map kind of well, I think. If there was more white initiative and only white initiative, I probably would think about playing Progenitus main. But as long as Delver is relevant, I'm not going to play Progenitus main. It's pretty bad against Delver. I don't want to risk the drawing it, right? Anybody have any questions for me? I'm going to go ahead and post my socials one more time. I think it was cool to see Mike hit the 1 year anniversary on subs. So I was more than happy to open the 6 treasure chests that we got. And then I think definitely since we have Curran here in the chat, the Portland paper magic scene is definitely something that he is part of. So I can go ahead and raid them. If there's no other questions, assuming anybody have any questions for me, either regarding the lists or just it could be anything. To be honest, I'll answer. Yes, as in the raid, or yes, as in you have a question, Curran? Obviously, Curran and I talk a lot as well. He's been one of my biggest supporters, so I'm happy about that. And he's been killing it, to be honest. He'll be playing in the showcase qualifier for the 2nd time, so big shout out to him. I think that's this coming Sunday, if I believe. Saturday, yeah, it should be this coming Sunday, I believe. The sideboard is getting spicier for sure. More and more cheating on spells for sure. Unfortunately, that is where Legacy is headed.
I personally don't enjoy that gameplay that much. I think it's like Haymaker magic, but I do enjoy the fact that I get to innovate with Grief. So that is something to hold my attention, at least for the time being. Okay, so I'm not playing EW full disclosure, so you don't need to pack your, your Furies and your opposition agents. Uh, it's just I say just Curran, but who is killing it with the he won the challenge 2 weeks ago and also qualified for the showcase qualifier as I said. It could be any wild spicy card you think could be good or want to test. I'll go over I guess real quickly. Excuse me. Uh, I'll go over the cards I did test so you know what I think that they're not maybe not worth it. I tested Assassin's Trophy, didn't love it. 2 mana feels like a million in Legacy today. And same thing applies to Witherbloom command. I think maybe even a third reanimate, just like go all in and lose the cage, but I mean that's a whole different story, right? Like maybe that's something. I think crop rotation package is interesting. I tested Force of Vigor. I don't love it at the moment. I think it can be good, but I don't love it at the moment. Wasteland is interesting, but I don't love Wasteland particularly at the moment as well. It's like okay against like Doomsday, but like I don't really love it otherwise. But I think to test is like the Plague Engineer in the sideboard is like probably okay right now if Delver players are playing like third path Iconoclast, and then I think maybe even a third reanimate. It seems like too much, but I could be wrong on that. But yeah, it seems like this might be what I'm testing next. The crop rotation package with the Caracas. Yeah, it's spicy over the crop. I like for some reason lands players, like Merit Age players, are still playing, even though in theory their deck is like very poorly positioned. Now, obviously, like Paper Magic, you have your collection, and you can't really change from that. I understand that, but that does have ramifications on our end. So if there are allowed lands players, even despite it being in theory at least a poor metagame choice, then maybe that's something to consider.